And I remember that comment, I was laying on my bed responding to comments at the end of the day, and I read it, and it basically read that I should stop creating content because
Good morning. I'd like us to start, and I want to appreciate each one of you for coming for this training. Today marks the more of a culmination of a year-long work that we've been doing at the Extractives Baraza and Stockman Extractives Industry Center. This is the capacity building for youth and entrepreneurs in the extractives and energy sectors. We've been targeting youth in Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda. And so some of the youth are joining us online from Uganda and Tanzania. So I want to welcome you all for this training. It's going to be a half-day training, and we already have our first trainer present. And this will culminate with a youth Baraza tomorrow. So you are all welcome for the same. So because of COVID protocols, we were not able to have others join us from the Uganda and Tanzania physically. So I will not want to take much of time. I want to welcome our director, Ms. Laura Muniaf, who's going to give us the opening remarks. And we also expect to have opening remarks from Adam Anthony, that's from Open Society Initiative for East Africa, who are funding this program. So hopefully you'll be able to join us. Thank you, and Laura, welcome.
I'll have to put my mask down so I can hear. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are you today? Are you feeling great? Okay, great. So, and good morning to also our colleagues who are joining virtually. I hope you all can hear me clearly My name is Laura Munyaf, as Geoffrey has mentioned, the director here at Strathmore Extractive Industry Center. Karibuni sana to Strathmore once again. And I would like to welcome you to this third phase of the training today, which features high caliber experts in areas of innovation, IP, and venture capital. So today you'll be taken through the first session by a very experienced innovator and businessman on matters entrepreneurship. You'll also hear from a venture capitalist later on in the day on how to secure funding from venture capitalists to support your entrepreneurship journey, as well as you shall also get to hear on how you can utilize intellectual property, or rather how IP can enable your entrepreneurship journey in terms of building a competitive edge. This is the third of a three-part series, with the first and second trainings having taken place in April virtually, where we largely focused on the business aspects. And this training, at the end of it all, we try to look at the nexus of energy and the extractives industry. This training also recognizes that for you to plug in as an entrepreneur, you actually need high quality entrepreneurship skills in terms of securing funding to further your startup, and also securing intellectual property. So we will look at these relationships also with international partners and local partners and founders, and the kind of arrangements that can be taken to safeguard your IP as an innovator and the interest of the person who has the idea behind in terms of the original ideation. And I mention this because sometimes our youth particularly get into this type of relationships, particularly it has been observed in the fintech and agricultural space, where we have seen young innovators partnering with international partners or founders without truly understanding what this means in the long run. And sometimes we have seen differences arising along the journey, causing founders and partners or financiers to split their relationships, and sometimes can cause one partner to lose out on what they had worked so hard to start up. In fact, one wise man did mention that if you're going to be a successful entrepreneur, you will likely have disputes at one time or another, which is normal. These are human relationships. So today's training will be aimed at exposing you as SMEs of startups in East Africa to the dynamics of your entrepreneurship journey, venture capital, as I mentioned, together with intellectual property. And we'll delve into how youth can also participate within that space. So, as mentioned, we do have a sponsor, Open Society. I don't know if he's gotten to join in online. I would like to invite Adam Anthony to also give his remarks before we can proceed to have our first speaker of the day. Do we have Adam online? Not yet. Okay. As we wait for Adam to join, I think I would like to invite Mr. James Munoki, or rather Engineer James Munoki, who's an entrepreneur who will take you through the practical aspects of running a business, including critical planning, financial, communication, and management skills that you need in order to be successful in your entrepreneurial journey. James is a man who walks the talk. He's a CEO and founder of Sweet Club, a drone manufacturing and operating company. His company is the first company here in Kenya, first licensed drone manufacturer in Kenya, which is a truly African drone company. And they're currently building unmanned aircraft systems for commercial use. And I'm sure you have seen him on TV sometimes. He's also an aeronautical engineer by day, and has previously held different engineering roles, including senior propulsion engineer, research and development engineer, and planning engineer in a leading airlines. So without much further ado, I would like to invite Engineer James Munoki. And just before he comes to the front, I'll put in the housekeeping rules. Ground rules is during the presentation, for those who are joining virtually, kindly keep your audio on mute, and we would encourage you to have your camera on. We have 3 presentations that are slotted for at least 15 minutes each, but we'll have a 30-minute health break at around 10:10. So to the participants joining virtually, if you have for the Q&A session, kindly do drop in your questions on the chat function. And for those who are here with us, we'll pass on the mic to you. Just raise your hand. Either I or my colleagues will pass around the mic to you. So, yes, James, thank you. Please come.
Sorry, just give me a moment.
Yes. for yourself. Okay, good morning. Yeah, my name is James Munyoki. Let me just get this mask off. I could be passing a different message because of the mask. So my name is James Munyoki. I'm running this company here. It's called Swift Lab. There's a reason why we always say we're always on wings, because we are a company named after a very small bird. Take your time to look for that bird on internet. It's called Swift. A swift is a very small bird that's quite interesting. According to us, that is the most, that's the ultimate flyer. And that's why we named our company after the swift. Okay? Reason being for us to actually think it's actually the ultimate flyer is because this is a bird that can fly for up to 3 years without patching. Take that. I can only imagine. So anyway, we want to believe our company is that kind of a company that is going to take off, not patch, make it. Presentation. I'm not sure the whole screen. I don't know that. Maybe I'm not sure. Let's go and share. Is it showing now? Okay, good. So I was just telling you about the naming of our company, SwiftLab. SwiftLab is a company named after a very small bird that can fly for up to 3 years. And we wanted to name ourselves after an ultimate flyer. So yeah, it's a very interesting one. Sleeps, does everything on air, only just comes back to land to lay eggs. 3 years down the line, hatch, fly again. Yeah. So that's when I was young. So yeah, I ran this company, SwiftLab, together with two co-founders. My background is in aerospace engineering, with a bit of concentration on aircraft design, and probably that explains my fascination and my inclination towards drone design. Yeah, for probably those who might have an interest in knowing where I studied that, by the time I left high school in the year 2006, there was no aerospace degree in Kenya. So there was only an option of either going to Europe, which was quite expensive. Then there was US, and then there was China. China was quite affordable, and there was a lot of scholarships. So I found myself in China studying aerospace engineering. So how are we going to conduct this training? Probably is not the usual way. As you can tell, I'm an engineer, not really a full-time trainer. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to be sharing the story of SwiftLab and share some of the lessons that we guys have really picked up that might help you to be able to learn quickly and execute and become a better company than SwiftLab. So basically where we started was in the year 2012. I left university, and yeah, here I was, and I still hope you guys can see. Yes, I left university, and this guy right here. Go ahead, yes. What I'm holding there is a drone that we designed together with some of my colleagues, two of them from Nepal and one from Sri Lanka. So that's when I left university. That's a piece of China Daily. You can see a lot of Chinese written on it. The project was featured in a few media stations, and yeah, it was quite exciting. Yeah, so I also have a small clip of that small China drone that we made. I wanted to show you as well, so that I can show you the background of where the whole business came from. Sorry, we don't have the sound. Let me see. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, sorry, we don't have the sound, but yeah, that's the drone. So basically, that's where we started off. So in the year 2012, I leave college, and okay. So in the year 2012, I left college, and as you can see, the project was actually featured on China Daily. And my professor gave me an opportunity, and he was like, "Hey James, now that you've done something quite good, why don't we get you a job here in China? You could actually get a job with a big manufacturer. We have Boeings and Airbus in China and all those kind of things." But then I had that resolve to come back home and make that project of mine a business. So I told him, no, I'm not going home. Then he looked around and he was like, but I'm seeing all the other African students not going home. They're staying around either to seek jobs with VW, others to seek teaching jobs that are paying quite well. And you're so committed and you just want to go home. I told him, yeah, I have to do that. So I came home in 2012. And in March 2013, I founded what was called SwiftLab. And yeah, we got some space somewhere in industrial area where we started designing and building small drones. Then at about that time, I got an email saying that we're not supposed to be doing drones. It's 2012. These guys are in Somalia, and to building drones, they put land in the wrong hands. So like, that isn't innovation. You can't stop an innovation. So there was a bit of a challenge. We were not able to take off. We were told we didn't have regulations, security concerns stopped us from doing what we wanted to do. So that was a big challenge. And that's also a challenge you guys might actually be facing with some of the ideas that you're going to be having, because probably Kenya is not ready for them. So that was 2013. I'm sure you've heard about a company in Rwanda flying medical supplies. We started before them, 2013. It started in 2016. Look at that lost opportunity because we didn't have regulations. Because you remember those days when we never used to have all these checks. We just used to walk into malls. Yeah, there'd be checks, university. I've driven here without having my boot checked and all those things. So yes, that happened in 2013. So we didn't really stop at that. Myself and a few people who had founded SwiftLab started conducting design of drones for different companies. We had plans in Europe. You can actually export your talent to Europe. Yeah, so don't think Kenya only, think globally. So we started doing a few designs. We felt we kept consulting with a few friends from Serbia, Germany, UK, and we kept offering our services in aircraft design. All this time, we were waiting for regulation. So what happens between 2013, around 2013 August, there was a challenge called Flying Donkey Challenge, which was supposed to actually get $300,000 to build a company and build drones for drone medical logistics, And we missed out that opportunity because we didn't have regulations. So that was cancellation of that challenge. The shelf from China, DJI, those drones you've seen in weddings. And they started facing challenges with our authorities and the police. So people formed what they call lobby groups, and they kept lobbying for regulations to be released. So they sat down and they started engaging Civil Aviation Authority. Remember, in 2013, I was engaging Civil Aviation Authority. Either we were about 2 or 3 of us, 2 from China and 1 from UK. And there's that word they liked using back then, kijana. Why don't you get a job? The word kijana. Why don't you get a job instead of bothering us here with this idea of yours about drones? Yeah, the first one we've seen. Just take it easy and get a job. Relax. Yeah, so that happened. We kept lobbying, and in the year 2016, we got the first regulations done. And unfortunately, around 2017, they were annulled. Of course, some security reasons and so many other reasons that happened and they were annulled. So in the year 2020, remember, in 2016 also, I met a gentleman who was also building drones. And he was doing the same thing. We're replicating. There was just duplication of efforts. So we sat down and we agreed that one of us had to fold their company and join the other so that we stop duplicating effort and come together and build this thing and fast track so that we can become a big company as soon as possible. So the gentleman joined me in 2016, folded his company. We're left with SwiftLab. Of course, his company did have a better name. Yeah, so so that happened. Then in the year 2020, January, we sat down and we said, if the regulations are not out, SwiftLab is going to build drones locally
by local engineers, local talent. And since we don't have regulations, we are going to park those aircrafts after we've made them, and we're going to fly them down to Malawi. And that's where we're going to test, because Malawi has a test corridor. So this time we're like, let's circumvent the systems and, let them feel that, let's try and make them feel bad that we're building something that cannot be flown here, but it's being flown in Malawi, a country that's so many years behind Kenya in terms of technology. So fortunately for us, sometimes, like they say, when you really want something so bad, sort of the nature conspires and supports you. In May 2020, regulations are out. We were almost done with the first prototype at the time. So that's how we started off. And in June, where are we? So that was 2020. They were annulled. So we came together, we started working towards because they really help you. In May 2020, there was a COVID challenge organized by Konza Technopolis, Countrywide Innovation Hub, together with their partners, UNDP, UK Tech Hub, and the likes. So we took part in it. And at that moment is when we realized we have a very good idea, but we are not really businessmen, we're just engineers. So we had to relearn what we thought we knew. We guys would come and tell you of how the drone could actually fly 70 kilometers, could actually do all those things, but we didn't understand the value, the impact, and all those kind of things. So we were put back to a class, accelerator program. We took part in the challenge. We were among the top 15 startups that were selected, and were put through an accelerator program where we had to learn business. Yeah, so I learned quite a lot on business. I felt like I was on an accelerated MBA. so that really made us what we were. I had to step back from the drawing board. Laura will tell you I'm quite passionate about aircraft design. I'm the kind of person who you wouldn't tell to stop designing. So I had to take a back seat and let my colleague, who was slightly younger than me with lesser years of experience in aircraft design, be the one leading the technical team. Then I take a role to lead the business and look for customers, engage people, and do all those kind of things. So those are some of the lessons that we learned from accelerator programs. So whenever you have an opportunity like that, it's going to help you even with how you structure your business, how you sell value and not those things, the technical stuff. You want to tell people how it's going to change their lives and not tell them that this plane can actually go 200 kilometers as if it's going to solve their problem. That's not their problem. The problem is they need to receive medication in time. So we didn't know that. Then through that accelerator, and thanks to Konza and the partners, we found ourselves learning business, and yeah, we've been pushing through. And so in the year 2021, we made applications to Civil Aviation Authority to get an approval to become a drone manufacturer and a drone operator. It's a very long process, quite tedious, with a lot of writing, manuals, security checks. Basically what happens is when you're applying for these things, it's a multidisciplinary team that sits together to discuss whether they're actually going to give you that license. This team comes from the National Intelligence Service, military, the Kenya Air Force. They vet you, yeah? They want to know, did you fight in a bar? Those kind of stuff. So basically they want to know what kind of person you are and your intentions and all those kind of things. It's a very long process because this is new technology. People are not used to it. So eventually we got that to be the first company to get a license to build, and also among the first companies to operate drones in the country. So we won that IoT challenge. And so we've built the first prototype. We've been testing it. We actually going to be building 2 more prototypes by end of year this year. We're starting off next week. We just secured some bit of funding that is going to help us procure 3D printers that are going to help us do some rapid prototyping and have a product as soon as possible. So by end of year, we're going to be having 2 more prototypes and an MVP by January. So that's a minimum viable product that we can push out to the clients. So something quite interesting is, and now I'm going to show you what I learned when I was in an accelerator program, and that involves building business and creating partners and looking for customers. So some of the things that we guys have been fortunate to do is we've been able to partner with several organizations. We have partnership with the Swiss Embassy and a few Swiss organizations like Auterion, which builds autopilots. We've also been able to partner with Oxford Aerospace. These guys are planning to be selling some of our units in the UK. We have Poster. That was the latest signing that we did. Probably, you guys don't write mails. I used to write them in high school. Yeah. So probably sometime, actually the planned pilot with Poster is January. We're going to be delivering. Who comes from Tana Coast? Tana. We'll be delivering goods in your backyard if you come from Tana. So yeah, if you know someone from Tana, tell them to tell their grandma that we guys are going to be delivering something. They should not be shocked. Those are drones in January. So yeah, we are partnering with a few pharmaceuticals. This is some of the things that we do, and that's one of the roles that I take part in SwiftLab, to look for partners, look for clients. And partners really are very important when you're doing business because they validate the product that you have. They help you validate your business. Most of the time, you knock doors and people ask you, you want to sell this product to us? Who else is buying into this crazy idea of yours? It's partners. So if you have a chance to seek partners, they can help you validate your business, and it's something that you've learned. And I learned that through Accelerator. Previously, I was just alone, selling it to everyone and not looking for partners. People were going to endorse this idea. Yeah, but now that's something we've learned. So in all this story, what I want you to take home today, one of the key takeaways is about traction, about the power of skills, and about execution. So, and it all summarizes to agility, speed, and execution. We are between 2013 and 2016, so many drone, between 2016, the time we guys were stalling, so many drone companies came up, and they're actually here in Africa, and they're actually VC backed. They have money. We don't have money. So many companies came up, and we still think we can compete with them. We're that crazy that we can compete with let me not mention names. We can compete with venture-backed companies from San Francisco and the likes. So, but what makes us feel that we can actually compete with them is the fact that we have the urge and we have the drive to have traction, seeking partners here and there, moving with speed, and again, we're also leveraging on Kenyans' wonderful skills. Kenya has some of the best skilled people, some of the best engineers, some of the best doctors. Yeah. So what you're selling here and what makes us feel like we can actually compete with a VC-backed company is the fact that we have that traction. We are moving at speed. Almost every month we are signing up a new partner. We are getting a new client. Even as soon as yesterday, we guys just were discussing a memorandum of understanding with one of the pharmaceuticals to be able to deliver medicine as soon as possible, which is January. Short timelines. That's what we guys work with. We want to work with short timelines. We don't want to have those very big goals. And, we have so much time. They say, if you tell someone to clean up their room by end of the month, which is 30 days down the line, they'll do it in how long? They'll do it in how long? The whole month. So knowing that we don't have money, knowing that we have giants coming to take up this space, what you've done is we're really pushing with very short timelines. And that's a takeaway for you guys. Work with short timelines. Don't have that big plan and not, you cannot break it down. Break it down to milestones of a week, 2 weeks, and the likes. Plan something within those short timelines, hit them, and then move on. We sign up a partner every month. It's a goal within the company. We are signing up a client every month. Yeah. So that's what we guys are doing. We're leveraging on the power of skills, wonderful skills. Technical University is offering one of the best aerospace engineering degree. I have a team of 11. Majority actually came from there. Wonderful talent. Better than some of those I went to school with in China. Actually, I don't have anyone from China in my team. Wonderful talent. That goes to tell you, even in this Strathmore here, we have people with the best skills. And again, execution. Yeah. When you're competing with companies that have money, you don't have luxury of time. You just have to execute. If you go for a meeting, you just need to ensure you've captured what is the key things out of that meeting and make sure you close on those items. Yeah. We are very obsessive about that. We're very obsessive about execution. When we started off in 2020, there was about 2 bigger companies in terms of finances, not bigger in terms of skills, which is what we guys boast about. And a few people asked me, James, are you sure you really want to continue with this drone company, or you want to go get hired by these 2 other companies? And I said, no, we can't be hired by those 2 companies. So we're going to really push for execution. And that is going to be our key goal here. Then again, on agility, speed, and execution, when you think about agility, we went in wanting to just build drones with very long range, all those kind of things. And then we were told, relax, start rethinking the value that you're going to be offering to these people. So we didn't have so much time to think it through. We split up. I took up the lead role in business. My colleague took up the technical role. He focuses purely on the technical bit, and I focus on business. And we were able to actually make changes quickly to be able to focus on business. So you must also be agile to really survive. COVID is here, and if you're not agile, my friend, I can tell you, things won't work out for you. So again, clearly, speed and execution. Take that home. Whenever you're doing anything, factor that in, and you're actually going to beat anyone who has whatever finances they have. You'll see it in January when we deliver something in Tana River, and things are going to change for us. Fortunes, things will definitely change. And we're doing this with speed, very short timelines. Yeah, cool. So actually, I've just talked about competition and how do you beat competition as a company. And when you form your team, how do you beat them? You ensure that the team that you bring in is a great team. It's not a team you get from, your auntie calls you, says, hapa kuna kijana fulani. He studies somewhere in a college in town, and mostly anapitia hapo karibu na technical university. He passes by a technical university. Probably he might have picked up a skill or 2. So would you consider them? No. For Swift Lab, what we go for wonderful skill. These guys are brilliant. And there's something I say, anyone who's joining Swift Lab, in 2013, 2014, I felt I was smart. And then when we kicked off in 2020, I set up this rule, and that has been true to this day, that anyone we're going to hire, they have to be able to do what I'm able to do and do it better. That's all. They're actually better than me. The team you're seeing here, they know stuff I don't know. But they're here to accomplish that one vision, to build drones, to deliver medical supplies to the people in far-flung areas. And then also you focus on execution, like we said. And with that, you really don't have to worry much about the competition. You just do your work. And you know the story of Apple and IBM and the likes. Yeah, it was execution. It was team, right? And good products. So I'm not really an expert in finance. I know something small about it, and what has been guiding us this far, what has made us survive up to this point, is being able to manage our cash flows. Because for any business to run, any startup to run, you need chums. You need to pay for that office. You need to pay for the coffee in the office. You need to put stipends in people's pockets, the interns and the likes. So what you do is, for us, it's very simple. I didn't want to go into so much details. What I really focus on is on the input and the output. I try to make it that simple, because if I go into details, it will take me 4 years to get a business degree. So I focus mainly on this. I focus on the cash flows, what is coming in and what is coming out. And one of the reasons is because it helps me determine the health of the business. It helps determine whether we're going to be running next month. So that if I'm setting goals for the team to be actually pushing more, to have some more cash inflows and spending less. And that's why I've actually put something to do with cost management, so that we have some bit of runway, manage that cost, have some bit of runway. So that has always been a focus for us. And the other question about cash inflow has always been in regards to what does it take for us to actually get that money? The operation cost. Because sometimes you might actually go out there and feel like you've made, let's say today you've made 100,000, but at what cost? You've fueled 3 cars, you've transported a drone somewhere to do something, you've fed the whole team, you've paid accommodation for them for that specific night, the night before, and then you figure out, fine, you've banked 100,000 and you're really excited about it. You're like, oh, all these in a day's work. But if you don't really pay attention to the cost, what it takes you to actually get that input, you've lost it. If you just bank it like it's 100 G's and you're so happy about it, or it's 1,000,000 shillings and you're so happy about it, and you're not factoring how much did it cost you, small things like accommodation and those kind of things, administrative costs, how much it costed you to get that, you'll have lost it. So it's very critical for you to actually understand, if you're actually making anything, don't just make 100 G's in a day, having spent 98 G's. As well stayed in Nairobi and taken another business that requires you to just walk and go do something and get 5 G's instead. So be very keen on the input, be very keen on the output, and also be very keen on the costs that you spend to be able to get the money. So on cost management, as a startup, this is something I've had to learn the hard way. I wish I had someone who would actually tell me what to do. We started off SwiftLab. Now in 2020, we sat down together with my co-founders and we decided, come what may, we're doing this. So we went on to compulsive hiring. Anyone, those guys, very good talents. We went out and we were like, guys, if you want to come and work for us, please join us. And we built up a team. Within 6 months, we were a team of 18. And remember, SwiftLab is not VC backed. It's we were actually depending on bootstrapping. So it's my cash, my colleague's cash, and someone else's cash. We're putting it together to run this business. So we had a team of 18. And you know what it means? That's very high cost. And those are some of the pitfalls you might want to avoid. It feels nice to be called a CEO. And people would actually assume you have a PA. So please, if you can avoid that cost of a PA, buy a notebook. Yeah, and make sure it's well dated. Yeah, you date it, and you indicate what you want to do on that specific day, or even save something. There are tools online that can help you manage your calendar. Yeah, you don't need a PA. So when you're a CEO of a startup, you're actually everything. Yeah, you're the administrative assistant. You will also learn that there's no coffee. You'll learn all these things, and you'll be like, guys, okay, fine. I'm going to get coffee. I'm going to buy sugar. What else do you guys need? We need notebooks. We need those kind of stuff. So avoid compulsive hiring. That we did. We got to become a team of 18 really quickly. So when you have an opportunity, you're running a startup, please, if you can actually do something, just do it. If you can actually design and program, then skuma kazi kidogo before you hire that programmer on a full-time basis. Yeah. So those are some of the pitfalls that really burn your cash really fast. You run out of business very fast. And one of the challenge is when you have a team of 18 and you want to reduce it to an ideal number of 10, which is right now what we have. I have a team of 10. It's very bad because that means you have to fire people. You have to let people go. You have to tell them, we won't need you. And remember, this is a very good talent. It's not, you're not letting them go because they're bad. The criteria actually normally comes down to first in, last out. Like, you joined us last month. You could actually get something. I know someone. I'll send you there. That kind of a thing. And what does it do to your team? You affect the team's morale. Remember, you're dealing with very young people. And these guys, lately, mental health is a critical thing. Morale is a critical thing. We took it for granted when we guys were growing up. But honestly, it means a lot. So you don't want to get into that pitfall. Just don't hire compulsively. Don't feel like you've secured some grant and you just want to bring everyone on board. You want to bring all your friends, your relatives, and the likes. Yeah. So that's something, and that's something you need to do to manage your cost. Yeah. So you try as much as possible to keep your cost low. And also try to keep the company as lean as possible. And that's what we guys are doing now. We want to remain as a team of 10, probably become $1 million company when we're still 10. You know the story of Instagram. Those guys, I think they were 11. I think 11 is a magic number. I think they were 11 by the time they were bought out by Facebook. Yeah. And especially when you're not in hardware business, you're in software business, you might actually want to reduce that number, have small numbers completely. And whenever you can actually outsource some of the services online, there's Fiverr. They're guys, they're very nice guys from Vietnam who do a very good job. I used to design websites for a living when I was in 2013, 2014. And I would come get the deal. Then I go to Fiverr. You know Fiverr, the website. Go to Fiverr, ask someone who can do that job for $5. Then we negotiate. We come all the way to about $50. Then I charge my client about $200. Yeah. So those people are there. So you don't need to have a full-time employee. So keep the team as lean as possible. Get the most. It's about productivity. It's not about having so many people throwing in man hours. Actually, there's having a big team that's throwing so many man hours into work. That's like compensating for intellectual laziness. So you don't need that. Work with a small team. Get the most as you can. And I'm seeing some serious fruits of just being lean. And being lean, sometimes you end up working like a family and everyone understands the visions quite clearly. Today, when I'm giving this talk here, one of my engineers is actually pitching our business to an investor. That's an engineer in Safe Lab pitching business to the investor because we are small. We've come to understand this business. I don't need to be the one pitching the business every time. They understand the vision. It's very clear. But try B18, my friend. Try B18 and you'll have a challenge. So I thought I would actually also share some challenges that we faced. Remember, I mentioned that we have competitors who are seriously backed by VC, and I wanted to mention something about the financing landscape. And I'm very glad you guys are going to be having someone who's from that field today in the afternoon. But I thought I would share something about SwiftLab and the challenges we're facing in Kenya in this financial landscape. Now, with VC, there's serious shortage of people willing to invest money into startups, especially in this country. Very wealthy people, they're billionaires, would rather buy a piece of land, put up a mall, than to actually put in money in this drone company that is promising millions or promising to create impact. So you find it's in our culture that we guys just decide we have to buy that kashamba in the village, in Syokimau, Rongai, the places we buy. So majority of these people, especially people who have made money back in the day, don't want to really put in money in this. And that's one of the challenges that's making our startups really not able to compete with startups from US. And then there's something else, the risk factor. Now, those who have some excess cash to put into startups, there's something they don't really understand, and it's called risk. So I was listening to this pastor, and he was mentioning how he left US and he came to Kenya and he started off a business. And then he got money from an investor and the company went bankrupt. And, when the investor was investing, he was investing for equity. And now we're bankrupt. What do? You liquidate the asset, and whatever you have is what you share based on your shareholding. So they do that, and the shareholding is not even equivalent to the amount of money the investor put in. So the investor decides, kijana, uko na deni yangu, that money you'll have to give me. So they don't understand the risk. It's crazy. It's crazy, and that's some of the challenge. I met a gentleman who wanted to invest in SwiftLab not so many days ago. It's about 2 weeks. We had a conversation around equity, and then I explained about the risk, and he told me, do you know, actually, if I give you this money, this 30 million, I'm not expecting to lose anything. I told him, what about if the company goes bankrupt? What do you do? He's like, no, James. Even if I have equity, that equity, I cannot use it to feed my kids. So you'll have to give me back exactly the amount of money I put in, at least. So those are some of the challenges, the risk. I don't know, the gentleman who's going to be here or the lady who's going to be here talking to you about investors, probably they'll tell you how they're dealing with that, but that's some of the challenge that I'm going through with local investors. And then there's something called valuation. It's a big challenge. Now, how do these people in Kenya value your business? It's the second time it's happening to me. The first time was in 2013. I met the first person who wanted to put money into SwiftLab. So we organized for a meeting, and I could tell his valuation was based on the conversation I was having with him, because he asked me, how are you going to get to Galleria? I was like, Galleria is close. I live in Langata. I'm going to just get a mat and come here. Oh, no, you don't drive. And I'm like, no, I don't. I just left college. So to him, that's valuation. They have sized you up. They're not sizing the business opportunity. They're not sizing the potential of that business. They look at you from a point of the assets that you have at the time. So this SwiftLab, do you have an office? No, I don't have an office. I'm still operating from home, which is another thing, but you guys don't need to have an office. Today, we can actually work from home. Majority of my team is working from home. The design team, you don't need to have an office. If you can cut that cost, please do, especially if you're in services and the likes. Anyway, so the guy is like, you don't have an office? Yes, I'm like, yeah, I don't have an office. So the guy managed to size me up, and he was like, why don't I just employ you to do that job? So you'll face those challenges, and it's these entrepreneurs that are going to be coming from this place that are going to be helping those who went before them to educate these people about valuing business on, let's say, projections, the cash inflows and the likes, the opportunities, the customer base, the market size, and the likes. but don't be discouraged. Don't let people size you up. Yeah, don't let people size you up. So it also happened again 2 weeks ago, and the gentleman came and he asked me, how much money do people have in the bank? I mentioned, and he's like, that's the value of the money. That's the value of your business. That's the value of your business. Okay, fine. If you're really negotiating, how much money did you make last month and how much money are you projecting to make this month? The very short term, they look at it from a very short term base, and they want to make it look like you actually don't have anything. We can actually buy you out. So don't be discouraged. Keep on going. So what I did with my last investor, my last gentleman I had conversation with, and they sized me up. I told them, relax, chill, don't worry about it. Then we signed up Poster. And now that's when they start seeing the opportunity around Poster. So it means I'm going to be delivering courier services for Poster, and not just Poster and the partners. So now he starts seeing the bigger picture. As of yesterday, he didn't call me, he didn't have the guts to call me, but he called my colleague and asked, are you guys willing to still have the conversation? So that's a financial landscape in Kenya. So what we've done as SwiftLab, we've been bootstrapping, and now do bootstrap. I've had a day job for a very long time. Now my colleague has had a day job. He left sometime last year in December, started doing this on full-time basis. So if you can actually bootstrap, if you can have a day job sometimes, and you have another co-founder, you can, one of you can actually support the business. So currently, for some time, I've been supporting the business. I'll be exiting the employment scene as well, as soon as we do the delivery. And yeah, it's tough, and that's what you get for you to run your business and bootstrapping and all those kind of things. And also, apart from bootstrapping, you also look at a way you can expand your business. What have we done as SwiftLab? SwiftLab is a logistics company. But then, because we didn't have money to run, and yeah, you don't have so much money to put into the business, we tried to open up new verticals. We open up verticals in agriculture. We do agriculture mapping and spraying. We spray crops. We've been spraying crops in Thika, in Narok, in Nakuru, and we've seen very good revenues that have actually kept us afloat. And the business is actually growing. Actually, that vertical might actually spin off and become its own business by probably end of next year. Farmers really are putting in money into precision farming, which is what we're doing, which is what we're offering. If you have, let's say, you're developing a fintech tool, you can open up a vertical probably in development of websites, like I was saying, you start developing some websites for people, some apps and the likes, so that you can generate something in the meantime before you come back and focus on the core business. Yeah, so that's some of the stuff that we guys are doing. I think I don't have so much time. How much time do I have? 10 minutes. Okay, cool. So on communication is another topic that we were supposed to touch on. Communication is actually key to running any business. And it's also key to you getting a job as well. If, let's say, for example, you don't intend to go into entrepreneurial space, but communication is very important because this is how you win customers. Yeah, a majority of the customers and the clients that we have, including people like Poster, how we got to sign them up, it was through communication. A phone call. You meet someone, they tell you, could you call so and so? If I'll give you the number. You can call them. You call them, and they listen to you. So if you don't really communicate well, you lose business. If you're not able to communicate what your business does, you may not get clients. But again, try and fail. That's what we always say. Try and fail. We write emails to people who ignore them. We write so many of them who respond, some ignore. So you really have to put in some time in communication. And what did I do in 2019 when I realized now I'm going to be running SwiftLab? I first even took a class in business writing on Coursera online. Yeah, I didn't assume I can speak and write English. So I took the class on Coursera. Yeah, some of these things we take them for granted. It's not just about about you being able to read, write, whatever you learned in class. Just communication. Invest your time to learn something new. So I took time learning using online resource tools. The Coursera, for example, I did business writing. I did finance for non-finance managers. All those things were free online. So I did that, and they've come in really to be handful. So the communication we're talking about here is about communication with internal stakeholders and external stakeholders. It's quite key. Yeah, it's important for you to share updates with your team in your communication. Internal stakeholders really need to know what's the direction of the company. Every month, for example, we issue a bulletin in SwiftLab where we tell the team, this is what we've done this month, and we plan to do this the following month. We send the same to our board of advisors. We have a small team of advisors, not really a board of advisors, but yeah, we have a small team of advisors, about 3 of them. We send them an update, and that's communication. They get to know where we are as a business. They get to know what we intend to do in the next 1 month or 2, and they help us connect with the right people to open up our business. So don't ignore communication. Communication is key. Yeah. Even when I was getting married, I was told the only one thing that you need to take home today is communication. You need to talk. That's what I was told. So communication is key, just as is key at home, is also key in business. Giving people updates, telling them, sometimes you don't have money to give everyone, and you have to communicate and tell the lead team, you guys will chill kidogo, so it was not paid. That's communication. But if you don't communicate, then they're waiting on that year. All their friends are waiting for them in the bar, and they can't go because you didn't communicate. You won't have the same excited team on Monday. Yeah, so that happens. So I was talking about monthly updates, timely communication, follow-ups with clients. You need to have follow-up. That communication of making follow-ups with clients. Immediately you're done. I met, like I said, I had a client meeting yesterday. Today in the morning, I'm here, but I'm very sure an email has gone out to the client with a summary of everything that we discussed. And on Friday, we're going to make a phone follow-up and be like, when is it the right time for us to do the next, to move the business to the next level, which is signing a check and, starting to work. So that's communication. It's key. Cold emails, read a book. There's a book about cold calls. And yeah, do them. You'll never do them right the first time. Actually, sometimes I look at my emails for when we started off in 2020. And I'm like, did I actually write this? So keep trying. You're going to keep improving with time. Yeah. Yeah. So keep writing those emails, keep communicating, and it's very key. And also, don't take it for granted. Even the team members that you bring on board, make sure they're actually very good in communication besides the skills, because I've seen it all. I've started seeing emails written to me with a one-liner, the generation that's current, a one-liner on the subject, not on the body, written, I want to join you. Then I wonder, what exactly? Is it SwiftLab, or you want to join me with my drinking buddies, or you want to join me? I don't understand. I don't get it. And then I don't respond. Then I get a reminder. Now this time, this person has gone and put up somebody. They're like, hey, I want to join you. I graduated, I'm an engineer. I'm like, how did you get there? Like, if you can't actually communicate, small things, those are the small things that matter. Like, even if I bring you on board, the day you write to a client, you're also going to do the same thing. You're just going to write on the subjects. I don't know who has taught people to write on the subjects. I don't read those emails. You write on the subject. I've seen someone write a full message on a subject. That's a communication failure. Yeah. It shows that you didn't have time to even think about it. So those are some of the things that you need to take away. Again, every day is a learning process. Don't feel like you know it all. Learn. I'm sure I'll take up a course by mid next year on another communication course on Coursera. Very nice resource. I'll take up. Because I want next level. That when you're leading teams, actually, it's very key not to be a boss, but to be a leader. Not to be a boss, but to be a leader. Basically, you point the direction and you tell these people, you avail the resources to these people, and they're actually going to deliver for you. But when you're the boss and you want to whip them to deliver, my friend, I have a few years working in corporations and I know what whipping does. People tend to withdraw their goodwill. They look at you, they'll never make a decision. They'll always be doing something based on what you tell them. You tell them, do write an email to that client and request them for a meeting. And then you come on Friday and be like, did you follow up with them to confirm if they want to do a meeting with us? And the person tells you, no, you didn't tell me. Now they have withdrawn the goodwill. They have withdrawn, that drive because you're becoming a boss. But if you just point the direction and tell these guys, by the way, all our money comes from good communication with the clients and making follow-ups, everyone is actually going to do that. And you provide the resources, you provide the space to work, you provide the tools and everything. Don't be a boss in this situation. And I've seen it. I've reaped the benefit of just letting those guys do just work, so long as they're working towards that vision. Like I was saying, you can imagine if I felt I was smart in 2013 and 2014, and right now I have a team of 8, and every person who joins is smarter than the one who joined before. So basically, in order of smartness in that business, technically, not business, you find I'm number 10, right? And I'll continue like that up until you're like, I'm number 50, because you always get someone who's smarter than the one who joined, just like that. So leadership is about understanding that you're not the smartest in the room. Yeah, I've seen those benefits. 2 weeks ago, my team took part in an African challenge it's an African challenge on AI. I know just a bit of AI, just a bit. But the team that actually led and won that competition here in Kenya from my team worked independently. And, I never made it. I walk in and I don't even know some of the stuff they're telling me. They're like, James, we're going to build a serious learning system, and that is actually what we guys are going to be patenting. And, all this kind of stuff. It's because we've given them the space and we've shown them the vision. Those guys are too smart. They're too smart. Okay, they don't intimidate me, but yeah. Just hire very smart people and make sure you're not intimidated by them. Just appreciate them. And yeah, you move on. Interpersonal skills, ability to communicate and motivate a team. That's important. The current generation is quite key on validation, on being motivated. Just give feedback. Tell people they've done a good job. The same way you also tell them when they do something wrong, the same way you're actually supposed to tell them when they do something great. Yeah. So most of the time in workplaces, you find you're only trying to catch these people doing the wrong thing, and you're always telling them, guys, I don't like this, I don't like this. What about things you like? That's what you tell them. I try to focus on telling people what I like. And even when I have to tell them something that's negative, I'm like, this job is not exactly like the other one that we really liked. Yeah, so can you do something about it? I don't have to really come and tell you that this job is not good, and, I can compare it with the previous experience and tell you, I think last time you actually put in more work into this thing. And yeah, that's the thing. Motivate your staff, do all those things, be aware, and also be aware about the regulations. Don't just work, don't just sit there and, work in oblivion and, assume everything is normal. Just be aware of the political scenario, be aware of all these things. For quite a while to be happening, the customers may not really want to commit to to 2-year contract, 1-year contract. So now, because we know sometime March, we're not going to be really, most people be telling you, kuja after August. Let's just watch and see after election if we're still in business or not. So being aware of that has made us start moving aggressively to secure, even if they're short-term contracts, but they're enough to make us run for at least next year. So just be aware of things, read newspapers, do things. And yeah, so that's basically what I know, the little that I know about business. I'm sure if we meet next week, what I've shared will look like it's not good enough. But as of now, that's everything I know about business. Yeah. So thank you so much. Thank you.
So let's give him one more round of applause, please. Really, there's no MBA that's going to teach you that entrepreneurial journey. And thank you, James, for taking us through your entrepreneurial journey. I believe the audience can now appreciate the fact that resilience is key as an innovator. James's journey has actually shown us that you need to take a significant leap of faith and jump out of your comfort zone and have a ton of tenacity and resilience. You'll notice that he has been at this since 2013 and has only gotten to the limelight sometime in 2020. So you really need to be patient, and sometimes you need to take a job and not give up on your innovation and come back to your innovation where it will be realized to be a business. And this passion and resilience can start to be nurtured and cultivated at a young age, where we do not so much focus on what is right and wrong, but the process of doing something. And I see this with our education system, mostly abroad, not so much with our local education system, which does not encourage a lot different opinions. So if I look at 6 from the bottom, and let's say you look at it from the other side, who is on the wrong? Because is it a 6, is it a 9, depending on the position that you're standing from? And just to wrap up on this, the other thing we can do is to empower our young East Africans to normalize failure. And this is because without normalizing failure, you cannot foster innovation. When I look at young people, they're always striving to be the best or the mostest, and so to speak, and especially with this pressure of social media nowadays. And why? This is because success is rewarded, but failure is looked down upon. When somebody says they've failed, people don't want to be associated with you. But when you're successful, that's when guys think, oh, I want to know who you, I want to talk to you, those types of things. However, failure is necessary, as it teaches us one more way not to do it. And significant breakthroughs in innovation have come from failure. It cannot then be gainsaid that failure is necessary as part of the innovation process, because from failure comes learning, iteration, adaptation, and building of new concepts, and also physical models through the iterative learning process. And James can tell you that, they've built several prototypes over the last, since 2016, is it? Up until now. That's almost 5 years of just iterating your models. So round the world over, innovations, almost all innovations are a result of prior learning from failures. So let's normalize failure. Otherwise, thank you so much. I would now like us to head over for tea break, which is at the tent outside where we had our breakfast. Please do follow our EB team. You'll see them, who will show you where this is at. And then we'll come back here within the next 30 minutes to hear from the next trainer. Thank you. Sorry, I've just been made aware that in the program we have a Q&A. So I know some of you might have a bit of questions, so for some 10 minutes, if we can have James come back in case anybody has any pressing questions, please now is the time to put them out before we go for tea break.
But sorry, mine is not a question, it's just a comment on communication. You talked about communication for young people and as an entrepreneur, but there's something I needed to add on that. Talk about boardroom, people think there's a whole company behind you or a whole team, but you know you're an individual. So I would urge us, digital marketing is the next frontier, regardless of whether you're in oil, gas, you're in mining, you're in geology. I think digital marketing is the next frontier, or it is the current frontier. So how do you package that as an individual? Personal branding. I think you can touch a bit on personal branding.
Yeah. Okay, that's a very good question. How do you package yourself and personal branding? How I'm going to answer some of these questions is by sharing some of the experiences that I've had. For example, when I left college, I did websites for a living, for me to be able to afford a house here in Langata. So how did I package myself? I came home. I first created a website for myself as a portfolio. And then I created what was called Swift something. I can't even remember the name. And I'm so obsessed with the name Swift. So what I did was I presented myself as a company. I didn't present myself as just James only, because eventually I had a goal of building a company. Yeah, even as an individual. I was not trying to create self-employment. Unless when you present yourself as an individual, it means you're not creating a company, you're just employing yourself. I'm not employing myself. I want to grow. I want to have that one more person. So for as long as I started off as a company going forward. And that's why I went to registrar of company, registered Swift Lab, and I started off. Present yourself as a company. Don't present yourself as an individual unless you just want to be self-employed. And there's a challenge to that if you're self-employed. Swift Lab, for example, if today I decide I'm going to walk out of Swift Lab is a company. It will still continue. They'll continue building drones, even in my absence. But if I present myself as an individual, I'll just secure those clients who are like your friends, who don't worry about what happens if you get sick, So start packaging yourself as a company because that's what you want to grow into. Yeah, that's my thoughts.
Very motivating story. Thank you very much. One of the first things I would like to thank you for spotlighting is the fact that getting capital is quite hard. And you've said most of that comes from people being afraid of risk. To add on to what she said, digital marketing and branding and like your image on social media is becoming quite a big thing. But then that also means there's a lot of young people that are getting money quicker than most people would have back in the day. But where do they take their money? how are you positioning yourself, or how would you propose that people position themselves to be able to get these people into venture capitalism, capitalists, as venture capitalists, for example? Is there any way you think you can influence the youth to get into that and to get into investing in tech and, for example, your company? Thank you.
The only way you can actually influence these people to really start seeing benefits of investing in tech and living with a risk, because you cannot avoid it, is through sharing. Like, you have a platform like the podcast. I was amazed yesterday when I saw a very senior economist questioning Triggers, Triggers' way of spending and those kind of things. And this is because probably this is someone who has not gotten a chance to be informed of what those guys do. So platforms like this, a forum like this, where we share our stories, is one way in which we can actually start influencing people. And people need to share their stories. The problem is, majority of these people get funding from wherever they're getting it from, and they never share with people out here the journey and the likes, so that old man seated somewhere with $1 billion shillings can see the success story of this person, and now they can start changing the way they think. These young people, they can change the way they're thinking. It's not just business of wine and spirits. Not to say that wine and spirits is a bad thing, but the thing is, people need to share. We need to keep informing people. We need to have forums like this to inform people. I like what you're doing with podcasts, and I hope you're a fan of these Mark debates. They do very nice podcasts. Amazing stuff. I hope you get to that level as well.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to be a guest on season 2?
Awesome. So that's the thing. So it's about sharing, telling people about it. Share your story. I'm sharing mine. Mine is very open. You'll find it on newspaper. You'll find it on YouTube. We share. And I've seen the same with my colleagues who have raised funds from, let's say, outside or whatever. They're sharing their stories. You've seen like Market 360. There's a gentleman called Tesh. I've never met him, but I'm looking forward to meeting him. The guy secured funding, and he wrote a whole piece that can guide you on how to get VC funding. And I'm sure that piece did not just reach people who want to be funded, but it also reached people with the money in the pocket or under the mattress, and they must have read it and they must have seen those opportunities. And I'm sure they'll not miss these opportunities come next time. Yeah.
Thank you very much for answering.
Okay, I'm Joseph, a representative from Felster Minerals, and I have a question for you. When do you form a team if it's a startup? And by then, when do you start like appreciating them, like with a stipend or a salary? Yeah.
The first team member I got was a co-founder. Yeah. Initially, when I started off SwiftLab, I thought I can do it all alone. I wanted, when the story is written, it's about James. Yeah, that's what I wanted. I can tell you, I didn't go far. I told you I met a gentleman whom I asked to work with me. Eventually, I swallowed my pride. He swallowed his, because all of us wanted to build drones. We wanted to be known as the father of drone in this country, both of us. But today, I actually want to be known as a businessman, not really a father of drone, probably not even as an engineer. Yeah. So I want to be known to be running a successful business. So anyway, the first team member you actually form is that person who complements your skills and helps you grow that business. And if you have an idea of your own, don't die alone. There's someone else who's also doing the same thing. Bring them on board. And business is not like politics, is not romance. Sorry to say that. You don't have to pick your friends to run business with you. You'll have challenges, and that's what communication addresses. You'll have challenges, and also that's what the company structure addresses. How do you resolve disputes and all those kind of things? So mostly the first person is either your co-founder, the person who's complementing your skills, and that person most likely you're not going to be compensating them because the two of you are here because you have a dream, you have a vision that you want to accomplish. Unless that person is probably leaving their job and you have to get some of the, and the one who's actually funding the business, and you have to sort of compensate for small cost here and there, some small living cost. When you start a business, these are risks you take all the way. You know, I'll have challenges with money, all these things. So I just need to be able to get by to the next day and the likes. So the first team member is probably your co-founder, and they'll understand there's no money or there's money. Then you start building your team as well, informed by the need as well, informed by the business need. For example, you need AI person. I just have a rough idea on AI. Why would I spend time learning AI when there's a very nice gentleman at Strathmore University who could actually come and do this? You bring them on board. And for startups, if you can't communicate your vision clearly, you'll have a very hard challenge convincing someone to take a stipend and not a salary. So one, understand your vision very clearly, sell it to them. Another option that we guys have actually opted for to ensure our cost is actually down and we are able to keep this team is we have things like employee share option. Yeah, so that this person feels they own this company, and there are classes of shares. We don't like parting with shares. People don't like parting with them. Nani, nipeane 10%. No. People don't like parting with that. So you can create an opportunity that can actually help you reduce that cost of stipends and all those kind of things. Create a very good working environment, ensure there's probably lunch and the likes and those kind of things. Take off some of the load. Yeah, so those are some of the things you look at. And when you start paying salaries, you start paying salaries when you have a constant growth. You've been growing at 20%, you've been growing at 10%, and you're achieving that J curve. It's growing. Yeah, it starts off like a plateau, then eventually starts growing. The moment you start seeing that growth, let's say you see the growth for about 3 months, if you've done it for some time and you've seen a track record, that's a secure business. Then you continue building and building on to get more clients and expanding the team as required.
Okay. Hi, my name is Wangari, and firstly, I'd like to thank the Extractives Baraza for these forums. I'm part of a network of conflict resolution professionals, and we are building our work around mining and extractives from the resources that they create. So we're really grateful for this material. And then number 2, you're really great at presentation. I hope you can give us those tips. It's really just been stellar. I can imagine when presenting to investors, it just stands out. And I think that's a very powerful skill. So I have there are 3 comments which are around questions. You talked about lobbying. So how do young people get involved in lobbying? Because I think as you're going on, the lobbying by the hobbyists and the photographers is what helped to transform this work. And as I'm asking that question, I went to the website for KCCA, and the CEO or the teams that are really leading that organization have over 34 years of experience in aviation. What you're doing, I'm not sure existed, in their times. I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm not sure it existed. So how are young people? And I'm saying that because when you went to study in China, you now came in with something probably that didn't exist in our ecosystem. So how are young people, and even like in the extractive field, the courses in mining, petroleum, those are very new. So you just have young blood around it. But when they come out, Ministry of, let's say, the Ministry of Petroleum, Mining, when they come, they now find, people who've over 50 years experience. How does lobbying happen with young people? Number two, how do women get engaged? And I'm saying this because when you get into the sciences, and especially on the technical side or developing the work, then the third thing is, you say that you are a logistics company. Could you please just expound on that? Because we know you build drones. And why then do you say you're a logistics company? Or who do you tell we are logistics? And who do you normally tell, we are a drone company? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, great. The first question on lobbying, thanks for that. What I've come to learn is when you actually doing lobbying, you have to be organized. You have to pull people with like minds so that you can come together, draft an agenda, a very serious one, get representation from that team, and knock these doors. People get surprised when I tell them. Sometimes I lock a big client and they ask me, who did you bribe? And I tell them, no, I didn't bribe. I actually went and knocked the door. Then I ask them, if I bribed, who did I bribe for me to host the president of Estonia at our office? She was there. Who did you bribe? You form an organized group, come up with an agenda, very clear, articulate it, put it in writing. Stories, no stories. Always put everything in writing. Send an email, send a hard copy. Make sure when you're sending that information, you also receive yours stamped as received and all that kind of information. Again, when you go for lobbying, avoid being branded. And we have this very bad habit in this country of being branded as Kijana and all those kind of things. I've learned the hard way. I've wasted a lot of time, money, and so many things by being branded. When you are whatever age you are, even if you're 19, 20, 18, and you're running a business, and you've gone to meet someone, you're not meeting them as Kijana, you're actually meeting them as a business person. I don't subscribe to the branding of Vijana, all those kind of things. It has costed me a lot of time. I've gone with people who pitch with my idea and an idea of another person, and funding is availed, and you never get anything. And you're called again the day they need to actually go and pitch. And they get money in the name of, I'm supporting these young men. Young men, that branding, no, forget about it. Irrespective of your age, whatever place you go, interact with these people from that level. You're a business person, you're there because you're a business person. The brand innovator has also costed me, because all innovators do is showcase, munaonyesha na munaenda. I always ask myself, before you call me to come and showcase what I'm doing, what is in for me as well? Because I have a team that needs to be paid. I spent money to build a product. So am I coming there to win customers? Am I coming there to win a limelight? What exactly am I coming for? Or is it actually to your benefit? Those brands we keep having of being called innovators, this kind of stuff, avoid them sometimes. I don't subscribe to them. Actually, when I'm introduced as an innovator, I say, no, I'm a businessman who's running business, drone business. That's what I am. So that's how you go about lobbying. And also, like I mentioned, I said hobbyist. No. We stopped calling them hobbyists. We used to call them now photographers. You call them hobbyists, nobody's ever going to take you serious. So in that letter, when you're writing it, you're like, the photographers, right? The second question was on how you work in this industry with older people. It's quite a challenge. I've been in that space. Like you've heard, I've worked for an airline. I've worked with older people. It's always a challenge to work with these older people. But basically, what you need And what you've always done is, and I think it's an African culture, probably, I've worked out, I have not seen this kind of thing. I think what you don't show them as if you're here to make them look like they don't know stuff. Approach it from a point of, we are here to complement. We are here to make your work easier. We are bringing drones to make things a lot easier. What could actually be done with a helicopter, all that noise, all those kind of stuff. Now we are here offering an easier way, offer the solution, also sell value to them. But if you approach it from a point of, you guys don't know stuff, if you go to their office and you find they don't even have a computer, but that guy is a very senior person, and you're like, how do you work? You approach it from that point, definitely you're going to face some resistance. Approach it from a point of, whatever you need done, we are here for that reason. And they get to listen to you. They start seeing value. They give you more responsibility and give you more opportunities. So that's what happens. We didn't come to teach them. We came to show them that besides what you know, there's also something else. Just, something to help you make it easy. That's the thing. Ladies, the subject ladies, one of my co-founders is a lady. She's the first drone female pilot commercial female drone pilot in Kenya. Her name is Anne. I've seen, and actually when we started working with Anne, and when she joined us, she first, and I say it, don't join anything because you're a lady. Join because you're competent to do that thing. She didn't join us because she's a lady. She joined us because, one, she's a very good pilot. Two, she's an aerospace engineer, very competent, great in business development, very organized. She runs operations in our business. So I've even come to stop my team from introducing us as the first lady pilot to being one of the first pilots, because that's what we see. We don't see the lady. We're like, yeah. So in this tech, I'm married to an engineer, and she's a civil engineer. And we have had this discussion. We started dating in college. So we've had this discussion since we were in college, and we used to say, nobody should ever refer to you as a lady engineer. You're just an engineer. Yeah. So opportunities are there. STEM is not there for anyone specific, for any gender. Just go do the job, present yourself as that engineer, present yourself as the pilot or whatever. You're leading a fintech company. Don't avoid subscribing to, I'm a lady leading fintech. No, you're doing that because you're competent, right? Yeah. And some of my best team members, right now I have 3 ladies. They're extremely competent. And that's a team of 8. I would want to grow the team to probably, let's say 15 or that 18 number eventually when we have good monies. And I'm sure when you're looking at people, we're not going to be looking and saying, there's a lady, let's bring her on board. You're just going to be looking at how competent they are. So we're just as good. Everyone is just as good. That's what we look at. Yeah.
We have one last question. We have Salome Ocheng, who's joined in online, and she says, and I quote, I have learned a lot from James, and thank you. I have this question. On your team of advisors, are these people who have walked the journey before, or basically, in which space do you actually get your advisors from? Because sometimes these people can make or break the company.
We have a team of advisors, both locally, local advisors. Some have actually walked the journey. One of our advisor in the company is very experienced in the drone space. They're the people who organized that challenge in Rwanda called Lake Kivu. His name is Simon. Great experience in drones, great experience in business development. He's also an advisor to the World Bank. So it's always good to also work with these kind of people because they understand your vision. Otherwise, you might bring in someone who does not understand the vision. And they'll tell you, why are you building? Why don't you buy these drones from China? If they don't really understand the vision, if they don't understand that the vision, besides making profits, is to create opportunities for the young people here, besides doing business, is to create employment. When you buy a drone, I like saying, when you buy a drone from China, unfortunately, you're not making the small drones. You're making fixed wing drones. But yeah, if you buy a drone, you employ one pilot in Kenya and you employ 10 in China. I like saying that. Probably it's 5, but yeah, the point is, look at that lost opportunity. The thing is, the advisors we have, most of the time we find people who really understand the vision quite clearly. And we come and sell a vision to you and you don't understand, and you don't get the reason why we exist. It's easy. We don't engage further. We move on to the next person. So one of the advisors really understands, and the rest of the advisors are people who understand business landscape, people who know how to open doors, who are like, James, you need to cold call so-and-so, you need to shoot that email so-and-so. That's what I did. They're sharing the experiences with us. Yeah. Otherwise, you might have someone who has never done that before. They've never developed any business. They've been, I like avoiding corporates. They've just been in corporate ladder throughout. Yeah, I'm sorry to say that. They've just been growing, stepping on the next person, the next person, the next person to become whatever. Because in business, we like business people being part of the advisors, not really corporate climbers. Mm-hmm.
My name is Sarama, and I'm an entrepreneur. I do branding. I have a branding company, which I started in 2019. So I've been doing well, and there's a time whereby you reach a point whereby you like to bring in some other directors, and they want to invest in. So you find out that you don't know the best way to really engage them so that they get into the company. Okay, there's these issues of shares and all those, and also the company asset evaluation and sharing of the shares. So it's one issue ambayo pia like any director in any company founder can face in his or her lifetime, because as the company grows, there are people who will be interested in the company, or you'll be seeking for other partners or other directors or maybe investors. Yeah. So how best can you engage with investors who want to be directors of the company?
That's a good question. That's a very good question. We struggle with those questions quite a lot. We also ask ourselves those kind of questions, and we've learned it's easier to actually not even try to figure everything out by ourselves. What we do, we engage legal minds, and currently we're actually engaging one. She's an amazing lawyer. She understands the company shareholding. She introduced me to what we call classes of shares. And these are shares where you find in a certain class, you're able to actually make, to vote in the board. And there's a class that you can't vote, probably should tell you, those kind of things. So I don't try to kill myself with all those thoughts. I'm like, we call the lawyer, we sit down, and she accompanies us anytime we're meeting someone. And we present it very simply. We present it in a way that we explain to the interested investor who wants to be a board member, fine. Based on this class of share that we want to actually have you access with your money, you can take part probably in a board meeting, but you're not really going to be voting. You know, the things, the nitty-gritties that can actually be put in a contract, but you need to engage that expert in that specific field to help you with that. Yeah, so that happens. And lawyers are very good at this, structuring this kind of conversation. Take one, bring a classmate. You know, I rely a lot on my classmates because they don't charge me a lot. Yeah, so whenever I need something, I'm like, Captain, let's have this conversation. We have a conversation, then they advise me on that. Don't usikufe na trying to figure everything out. Yeah, even with me and financing, I struggle and I call a finance expert and I'm like, this is where we are as a company. And we have a conversation and they tell me, just get an intern in finance and I'm going to guide them in this. You get it? So with directors, do that. Engage someone. Remember, classify your shareholding. Again, there are so many ways of investment. It could be a debt financing. Maybe where you are, you don't need someone to invest money and get equity now. It could be debt financing. There are several ways of doing debt financing. Yeah. So, you know, they could invest now to get shares later. Again, don't be reduced to being valued on your assets only. You need to be valued on bigger things. The valuation should be based on the business, projected business, to probably a 5x valuation. You know, I valued my business this amount, then what's 5x of that? Now let's start having that conversation. Yeah. Don't be reduced to ati printer moja. Don't.
Thank you very much. We might have to wrap up, but you can see James on the side. I do pray a lot of your questions have been answered, and this is because we will now need to go for our tea break. Our next trainer is here, so I'll request that we'll need to be back here within the next 20 minutes by 11:15 so that we can have our next session. So kindly, we can have the tea break. In case you need to use the restrooms, they are back towards the end for the ladies on the right, for the gentlemen on the left. All right. So thank you very much, James, for that Q&A. I know there's a lot of people who would want to ask you more personal questions, so please see James.
Sawa John, come on our camp. Sawa sawa.
मेरी फैमिली वहां पे तुम्हारा वेट कर रही है और आज फिर से तुमने अपना प्रॉमिस तोड़ दिया।
मिस्टेक हो गई मुझसे जो लव कर बैठी तुझसे, मिस्टेक हो गई मुझसे जो लव कर बैठी तुझसे, तुझे झूठ बोलने का कोई क्यों नहीं अवार्ड देता है। तू प्रॉमिस 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 करके तोड़ देता है, तू प्रॉमिस 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 करके तोड़ देता है, तू प्रॉमिस 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 करके तोड़ देता है, तू प्रॉमिस 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 करके तोड़ देता है। मेरी फ्रेंडा दे ਵਿਆਹ ਵੀ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਪੱਕੇ ਨੇ, ਪਰ ਤੂੰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਰਦਾ ਵਾਦੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦੇ ਕੱਚੇ ਨੇ। ਮੇਰੀ ਫਰੈਂਡਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿਆਹ ਵੀ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਪੱਕੇ ਨੇ, ਪਰ ਤੂੰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਰਦਾ ਵਾਦੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦੇ ਕੱਚੇ ਨੇ। जब मेरी बारी आए मुँह क्यों मोड़ लेता है, तू प्रॉमिस 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 करके तोड़ देता 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 है। मुझको पता है तेरा तू सपने दिखाता है, तू कल कल करता रहता है तेरा कल नहीं आता है। मुझको पता है तेरा तू सपने दिखाता है, तू कल कल करता रहता है तेरा कल नहीं आता है। जब कहूँ मैं घर बता दे हाथ क्यों जोड़ देता है, तू प्रॉमिस 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 करके तोड़ 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 देता है। तू प्रॉमिस 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 करके तोड़ देता है।
is the problem? Clear. Thank you for looking. I think hapa ni kinya tu. Naomba hii ifanye kwa sawa.
My name is Ariel, and I just started my first job as a project manager. When I was a student, I'd write long essays that I'd work on for days, but now I'm writing short emails and messages all day, every day. Grammarly has been a lifesaver. Here's an example of an email I wrote at work. With just a few clicks, Grammarly helps me reword my sentences so that they're crisper. Split that run-on sentence into two. I can stay efficient while sounding clear every time. This is so much cleaner. And of course, it helps me correct any embarrassing typos, which happen sometimes when I'm trying to type quickly. Writing is a big part of my role. Grammarly helps me feel confident I'm doing it well.
So, welcome back from your tea break. We're now moving to the second presentation of today, where you'll hear from Mr. Declan Magero from Afrinet Capital. He is a seasoned entrepreneur, researcher, investment and business consultant with extensive multi-sectoral experience spanning private sector, nonprofit, and for-profit and government sector. Declan also advises and serves on boards of advisory of several startup companies. He has also held senior positions in multiple development projects and organizations. Currently, he's the founding partner of Afrinet Capital, and he holds an MBA from JQuat and BA in philosophy from Urban Pontifical University in Rome, Italy. So let's welcome Declan with a round of applause. Karibu, Declan.
Good morning. Yes, so my name is Declan Magero, and I think she's done the introduction already. And I'm a partner at Afrinet Capital, and it's definitely a great pleasure today to participate in the Extractives Baraza, and I'm profoundly honored for the invitation. So my focus is going to be around venture capital and, some of the opportunities around there and how is that relevant to extractives, etc. And particularly focus on youth. And I can see probably the entire audience is actually youth. And they say 70%, up to about 70% of the entire population in Africa is actually youth. So it's quite an important demography. Awesome. So I'll focus on sort of 5 key areas. One is going to be venture capital landscape in Kenya. Actually, a little bit more. It's always good to look at VC from a regional perspective before you sort of come down to Kenya. So I'm going to focus on VC in Kenya, but with some insights from the region of Africa. And we'll see how Kenya is performing as far as venture capital investments are concerned and activities. Then I'll also look at venture capital 101, some basic tips. I think it's usually assumed that people understand what VCs do, but that's actually not necessarily true. In fact, I feel like VCs are a lot of times misunderstood or not understood. So it's good to have some tips about who VCs are and what they do, why they invest, how they invest, and that kind of stuff. Then I look at venture capital and extractives, as well as funding challenges and opportunities in extractives, and what do you do to get funding, specifically in extractives. Awesome. So Nairobi is actually a very important city in Africa. As far as venture capital investments are concerned, it's actually ranked, well, it's sort of fleeting figure, so usually it's between South Africa, Kenya, Nigeria. Those are like top 3 contenders, so they keep outdoing each other. Lately, Nigeria has been pretty strong. I'm sure you've been seeing unicorns all over the place. People like SoftBank are beginning to be very interested in Africa, and they're pouring. I think the latest deal they did was some $200 million. In one of the fintech firms. And it seems to be taking up to 60% of total investments in the continent. So how about the rest? But funny enough, or interesting enough, Nairobi is actually one of the top contenders when it comes to venture fund. As you can see there, East Africa is also crucial. Of course, Nairobi leading, but other destinations like Tanzania, even Uganda, are beginning to, to get stronger. Then the question of which verticals are VCs focusing on. We've seen fintech as a vertical, or vertical is another term for industry or sector. Which sectors are more popular? I think fintech leads the way, but there are others. And we'll try to see where there's extractives fall. Yeah. Yeah, so just some sort of map there to show you how the 4 contending regions are doing in Africa. And you can see East Africa is not left behind. It's actually North Africa, West, East, and South. And when it comes to East Africa, Nairobi is actually on top of it. I just read in the news, my friend Peter Njonjo, Figure Foods just raised $50 million. You know, I think he wants to do regional expansion. So, I mean, it's not easy to raise $500,000, I can tell you that. So you can bet it's a bit of an uphill task to raise $50 million, especially in Africa, where, fine, we do have a lot of VC activity, but not so much funding is still coming in here. So that's a commendable feat. And, you know, we've had over the past 6 to 12 months, we've had a lot of startups actually raising significant sums, which is awesome. But just to give a perspective, what AfriNet Capital, one of the things we're trying to do is one thing that I keep wondering is what happens in 100 years? And I'll pose that question at the end. But the thing is, where is the local investor at the table? I can guarantee you that that's a serious issue. I've been some of those tables, and the local investor is not represented. Okay, it's majorly foreign investors, you know. So what about the local investor? I mean, there's a lot of money that moves around here. They say we lose how many billions in corruption every day? If all that money was placed in some, you know, some funding vehicle to bankroll startups, I'm sure Kenya will be the leading startup destination in the world. So it means there's local capital. It hasn't just found its way to the table. So there's need that the local capital finds its way to the table. Otherwise, we will miss completely on the pie. But we'll explore that as we move along. So you can see this is as of between 2014 and 2019, sort of investments rates around Africa. East Africa is ranking fairly well. It's been ranking fairly well. In fact, this region is, let me use the term, blessed as far as venture fund is concerned. Venture fund flow in Africa is concerned. Most of it come to Nigeria, South Africa, and Kenya. In fact, we're even better than Egypt in terms of venture capital flow. So, between 2012 and 2021, there's been such a trajectory in terms of the volumes of venture capital deals in Africa, okay? So you can see in 2012, it was so little, up to just 53 deals. But in 2018, up to 754 deals. And I'm very sure, as far as this year alone is concerned, probably we've already passed the 1,000 mark in terms of the amount of deals done in the region. It's very hard to keep track of these deals because not everybody reports the deals, okay? There's still some issues as far as regulatory environment is concerned. I mean, you cannot compare Africa, for instance, and the United States in terms of just how the VC market is developed. In the US, for instance, you cannot be a deal maker without a special license from IRS. So nobody can just raise funds for you without a special license. You'll be arrested, okay? But here, everybody purports to be, okay, not everybody, but lots of people that probably at, labeling themselves VCs have no idea what to do. So you can see that kind of regulatory structure allows that if any deal is made somewhere, that deal is actually reported and captured. So they can tell with extreme levels of accuracy the volumes of VC deals in, let's say, a market like United States. But it's like 160-year-old market, okay? VC in Kenya, I remember my startup journey maybe 15 years ago, and there was no VC in town. There was none. There was no actual VC in town. It was just some initiatives by people like USAID, etc. So this market is actually less than 15 years old as far as venture capital is concerned. So I feel like it's very, very good progress because the amount of VC firms, albeit foreign, that are here are quite a good number. I mean, today within a week, you can set up a meeting with an actual VC and meet them, okay? But still there's need for, I know, East African Venture Capital Association is doing as much as possible to sort of raise awareness within the market here that we have more and more local venture capital firms. There's need for local VCs, local investors to join the space. And by the way, it's not impossible. The most Kenyans, when they have a little bit of extra earnings, they want to buy land. I hope you haven't been caught in the buy land bag. Not that land is a bad asset, but a lot of times, does that investment make sense? For instance, if you buy half an acre of land or a quarter somewhere in Kajiado, and then it sits there for 6 years, you didn't do nothing about it. If you look at the maybe rate of appreciation, land rates, etc., then is it worth an investment? That's the whole question. In fact, I usually advise my friends, hey, look for a good startup and buy some stakes in that good startup. It may take you 10 years, but you may exit with 20x your investment. And personally, I've taken a gamble with that. I said I will never invest in land because I can wake up one day and buy the amount of land I have based off the monies I have. So, but you cannot wake up one day and just buy stakes in a startup and turn it around immediately, okay? So if you want to win the future, my good advice, don't wait until you have 20 million Kenya shillings. Speak to startups. They're your brothers, sisters, friends, and they don't need much. They may need $5,000 or stuff like that to get going, and they can give you some stakes in that. If they're serious, which you should do your due diligence, then you can actually win someday. And you've seen like the guys who invested in, I know some of them, like in Flutterwave. Like I know someone who invested, well, they invested a fair amount of money, $100,000, which is like 10 million Kenyan shillings. That's fairly good. But in VC circles, that's pocket change. And this person got $20 million payout when Flutterwave, raised. So tell me, where will you invest $100,000 and get $20 million in just 5 years? How many Kenyans have at least $100,000 excess capital? There are many of them. So local investment is actually possible. That's all I'm trying to say. And so these volumes are just foreign funds. Most of them, 99%, are foreign funds, not local. But the good news is it's on the rise completely. I think there was a question of what verticals. Am I allowed to remove my mask, by the way? I feel like I'm suffocating. Yeah, I think this distance is more than 2 meters. Great. I think there's a question of the verticals, which sectors, okay? And you can see the leading sector is fintech. One of the reasons fintech is actually doing great is it requires very little physical assets to set up a fintech, okay? And that can be one trick for you. I'm not saying you avoid investments that require lots of physical assets, but you'll notice that investments that are physical asset heavy are capital intensive, okay? Because you need like lots and lots of capital upfront to acquire these assets. And you're not even sure if the investment is gonna perform. The beauty of fintech mostly is just computer code. And you have a product, and this product can be massively influential. So that's one reason. Second reason is there's a lot of people who are excluded financially, okay, in Africa. They're excluded from financial value chains, okay? They're unbankable, etc. So they're still the majority. And that means there's a lot of there's a lot of need for financial products to ensure that there's what's called finclusion, financial inclusion. So that's another reason. Another third reason is our markets are very fragmented. In Africa, how many countries do we get? 54, 55 countries. Each is a different jurisdiction with totally different processes, and we don't speak to each other. It comes to currency, financial processes. So this creates a problem, but also creates an opportunity, okay? And there's also the need for foreign direct investments or transactions beyond the continent, which is crucial. So there are lots of opportunities as far as financials are concerned, okay? And that's why there's been a boom in fintech. Other areas are like just general IT products. I think are doing very, very well. I don't need to overemphasize that. The reason information technology is just important is because it allows businesses to expand quickly, okay? And they say today, every company should be an IT company. So if your company was not an IT company, try to sort of transform it with some good strategies, okay? Yeah, so we have consumer discretionary markets like FMCGs, etc. We have industries. Kenya is, I keep wondering if Kenya is actually heavy in industries, and some people can say yes, but I don't think so. Because the people who have sufficient capital beyond buying land, okay? So they have, they can access $250,000, about 25 million plus. What do? They invest in real estate. They build a flat for rentals. That is complete waste of capital as far as not the individual is concerned, as far as an economy. Why? Because if I build a flat of 80 units, how many people can I employ? A caretaker, okay? And a cleaner, maybe 2 cleaners to clean the stairs, and maybe somebody to look after the green grass and the gardens, and maybe 2 guards. So those are 6 people. How much did I sink? Maybe 500 million Kenya shillings. See? What is the wage bill? What wage bill do I have every month? It's less than 200,000 Kenya shillings. Doesn't make sense. It benefits me, yes, because I collect rent. It doesn't benefit the community as much. In countries like China, they will not allow you to do stuff like that. They'll give you sufficient incentives to build a factory. Because with 500 million Kenya shillings, you can build a factory that can employ 500 people, creating massive jobs, see? So there's need for shifting how we think about investments totally. And of course, there are many things like the regulatory environment needs to make it easier. Because I understand today, if you want to like build a factory, you need like 10 licenses. You know, and so you'll be harassed left, right, and center, you know, to pay this, pay that, pay this, pay that. So we need to harmonize that so that maybe it's a one-stop shop. If I want to start a cottage industry, if I want to start, you know, an SME manufacturer, then it's generally easier. Then a lot of these people, investors, will come on board and invest. So, but there's still a lot of interest in terms of industry. In fact, Africa generally, but Kenya specifically, are very, very interesting countries. This can be economic powerhouses, even compared to even Europe. And I speak, I've had the privilege to speak to like a lot of foreign investors, etc. And I was having a conversation last week with, if you know this restaurant called Cultivar, the founder. I was having a conversation with the founder, and he was making some very interesting comments, like one, you know, Kenya has everything. All you need to do is a little bit of fine tuning, which is actually true. If you look at even at real estate as a market, in Kenya, we can build throughout the year because the weather is more or less the same. In Europe, you can't build during winter. The environment is very harsh, okay? So you only have to construct during summer, spring maybe, but during winter, autumn, then the environment is difficult. So they have a shorter window to make some developments, while here, we can just build throughout the year. We can literally farm throughout the year without needing a greenhouse, okay? So there are lots of opportunities down here that is just amazing. And we can literally farm everywhere in this country. In a country like Canada, most people just live in the southern parts of Canada because the mid-northern parts are extensively cold. Nobody wants to live there. So everybody is literally living within the border of Canada and the United States, and they own a cabin somewhere in the middle, you know? But here, you can literally live everywhere, and it's beautiful everywhere. So I know there's this mentality that we need to go abroad to be exposed. No. In fact, personally, I've had lots of opportunities to live and work outside. But based off my evaluation, I want to just live here. You know, after going around, I just want to, like, it's nice, but it's nice at home, okay? And right now, economies like United Kingdom, if you're in the UK, you feel like this is a declining kingdom. You know, there's not that energy. You know, like in Nairobi, in Kenya, you feel like everyone is technically on a mission to make this country better. I mean, obviously there are people who are out to make it worse, but the energy around is everyone is involved in something positive. Like even the Juakali guy is like doing his best They do great furniture here, you know, like the Juakali guy. So you feel like there's such positive energy, if I use that term that is on the streets, okay? As opposed to like, if you've been abroad, one thing you discover is the system is so stringent, there's no room for improvement. Like if you show up, you join the queue, right? Show up, you join the queue. So you actually don't need to go out there, make sure I don't digress too much, to make it. We can actually just change our mindset, think a little longer term. One mistake that people locally do, I've seen, is they're very short-term thinkers. They think kesho, and kesho will think about the day after kesho, right? We should probably start embracing mid-term to long-term thought and planning. Like even as a person, plan 5 years. 1 year is too tight to fit yourself. After all, you don't have so much resources. If a big company that has millions and millions of dollars think about themselves 5 years, who are you with your 10 shillings? Think about yourself in 1 year. You feel what I'm trying to say? So it's okay to have annual plans, but try to have 5 years, 10 years plan. I always plan myself in decades. Okay, I've just lived like 3 decades, point something. But since I was 20, I tried to think about 5 years, 10 years. And I have a mission for every decade. I had a mission for my 20s. I have a mission for my 30s, okay? So I feel like it takes away the strain and stress and pressure of performance. And it also helps you keep a focus on like, what's the big picture for you? But sometimes if you run a month's race, annual race, without a longer term focus, you may just run off the track and you don't know. Anyways, so let me jump to, well, I'll show you another picture like this, where that places extractives, okay? And you'll see where it falls. But these are some of the sort of leading areas in terms of verticals. Now, who is a venture capitalist? I think that's a really valid question. And how do venture capitalists work, or how does venture capitalism work? And how do venture capitalists invest? So a venture capitalist is actually an individual, okay? They call themselves VCs a lot, but most of them operate within a context of a company, which is usually called, in technical terms, general partnerships. I will explain all that. Yeah, so VC is actually just good fundraisers. So anyone who's a good fundraiser, by the way, if you're good at fundraising, you can be a VC, okay? So it means you're good at convincing people. In fact, if you're a good salesperson, you can actually be a venture capitalist, because it means you can convert. So you can sell someone on an idea that, hey, you know, this industry has these levels of performance. You know, this is how the ecosystem is developed. Therefore, this is the market capitalization of value of that market. Therefore, if you bet on any good company doing something serious in this market, you're likely to get X return on investment if the company controls 20% of that market share, you know. So if you're a good fundraiser, if you're a good salesperson, you can actually be a venture capitalist. It's not that serious. And the other thing about VCs, you don't need any particular, well, you need a bit of grasp of financials and how investments work, but it doesn't need to be like your core background, okay? So you can have, you can be an expert in extractives and be a VC that can be extremely helpful because you will understand that vertical very, very well, and you'll be able to tell what works and what doesn't, okay? Yeah. So I'll elaborate. So there are two things that I think it's really important to understand who venture capitalists are. One is to know what private equity is and what VC is. I know there are other terms like angel investors, etc. I can elaborate those. So the difference, the stark difference between private equity and VCs, private equities hold more money, okay? In fact, most private equities do not go on a fundraising spree because they like represent a family fund. For instance, Aliko Dangote is, I think, is still the wealthiest African, right? With a net worth of about, I think, $15 billion the last time I checked. And Aliko actually runs a family office, like in the US, I think also in Europe. Now, this family office, Aliko does not need to fundraise. He has the money. Okay, so we can consider that a private equity. The family office is like a private equity fund. Okay, but a private equity can decide to have a private equity manager who actually invests that fund. Okay, but private equities can also choose to work with venture capital funds to invest. So as a VC, I will go to a private equity firm and say, I have a funding vehicle. It's called fund setup. So you set up a fund and it's $100 million, okay? So I'm asking you to invest in my fund. So that's how VCs work, okay? So VCs they're just guys who represent men and women who represent other people's funds. That's what VCs literally are. Yeah, so I will explain further how venture capitalism work in detail. So a venture capitalist will set up a fund. In my slide there, I say like 100 million pounds, let's say 100 million euros or dollars or whatever you want. So once they set up a fund, they usually have their own criteria, right? Criteria of investment. First is like a regional focus. So find a VC who says we are only focused on East Africa, or we only focus the entire region of Africa. Then you'll hear terms like we are industry agnostic or industry specific, okay? So industry agnostic means we're generals, okay? We just look at a good deal. We don't care whether it's in tech, whether it's not non-tech, or whether it's fintech, or it's another sector. It doesn't really matter. We're sector agnostic or industry agnostic. Some will say we are sector specific or industry specific. So it means they have a bias towards certain verticals like financials or fintech. Some will say we literally just invest in fintechs, okay? Others will say we invest in, like 3 different verticals: fintechs, edtech, and agri-business or agri-tech, okay? So various VCs will have their own criteria of investment. So once let's say a VC has identified an investment and they've done their due diligence. So they're usually like 2 levels of due diligence: an initial due diligence, then an in-depth due diligence, okay? The initial due diligence helps them to tell whether it's a good deal or not. Then an in-depth due diligence is usually done when they've decided now we're actually investing. So once they've identified a potential deal, they do something called an investment call, okay? So it's like literally picking up my phone and calling my limited partners or private equity. say, hey, I spotted a good deal. We need to invest. So the agreements that limited partners are partners that invest in VC, so like PEs, big firms, okay? Once I make that call, usually the agreement is, if you've decided to invest in my fund, then when I make that call, you cannot object, okay? To give VCs a little bit of power to be able to make the investment. And it works naturally because it's the VC that has boots on the ground. So once I make that call, then the investment happens. So how do VCs gain? So if you're a limited partner or a private equity and you invested $100 million in my fund, let's say it's or let's say you invested $50 million and others took care of the rest. 1% of that fund is called an administration fee, okay? So I will naturally take 1% of that fund to pay salaries, pay analysts, you know, to take care of my operations, okay? When we've invested $10 million, $20 million a year, another $30 million or $20 million, and we've invested the whole sum. So funds usually have a limited period of time, and we have return on investment. Okay, so let's say in the company we invested $10 million, we've exited, and we got 10x. Okay, let's say it's a super good deal. We got 10x. So 10x is like $100 million. So what happens is the VC company usually takes 20% of the returns on investment. So we'll take 20% of $100 million, and we'll give the limited partner 80%. So we'll gain $20 million, and they gain $80 million. Does that make sense? So that's the math that VCs usually do. So when you invest in my fund, I automatically take 1%. And like if you invest $100 million, 1% is actually $1 million, right? If I'm based in Kenya, I convert it to Kenya shillings, it's like 110 million Kenya shillings. I have salaries for the whole year. Feel me? And then if 5 years later, I get 20% of a 10x return on investment, then the VC firm, you know, that's how some VC firms have really, really grown. Like Sequoia is a huge VC firm. That's super huge. SoftBank, you know, they have like trillions of dollars, and they're called late stage investors. So that's another thing which we can look at next. Different VCs have stages of investment, okay? Some call themselves early stage investors, others call themselves mid-stage investors or mezzanine investors. Then we also have late stage investors. So early stage investors, they're called seed VCs. There's even pre-seed VCs, okay? So seed capital is literally, you're looking for some money to grow the seed. It's literally that, actually. So seed VCs usually are small ticket VCs. So ticket is like the amount of money VCs invest. They usually use terms like ticket size. So they cut small ticket sizes. So besides them saying we are industry agnostic, industry specific, they will also say, most of the time they will declare the ticket sizes, okay? They will say we invest at least $100,000 and at most $500,000 in a deal. So it means they're like, if somebody says something like that, then you can tell that they're like seed VCs and mezzanine VCs, okay? Some will say the least amount we can invest is $2 million and the max is $5 million. So if you go there asking for $200,000, they'll say you don't meet the criteria. You're too small for us to invest. The funny thing in VC world is it's more difficult to write small checks than to write big checks. Why? The amount of due diligence one has to do to invest is a lot. So if you do a lot of due diligence to invest $100,000, you kind of have to think about it. Okay. But of course, there are small ticket VCs, and they're extremely important, especially in markets like Kenya. Big ticket VCs are there, like SoftBank. SoftBank will not write anything less than $100 million. So if you need anything less than that, they don't have time for you. Okay. Again, a bigger company should be better organized, so they can show a lot of things. They've made a lot of advancements. Okay. So it's kind of easier to invest. It's easier to undertake due diligence, etc. Yeah. So those are various kinds of stages. Rolling funds refer to a VC who has invested and wants to invest again. Like most seed VCs, they'll put in, like, let's say $100,000 in your company. Then you'll have certain objectives, key performance indicators that you have to hit. Once you hit them, they may decide to give you more money. And this time they can give you $1 million or $500,000. So that's called, it's a rolling investment, okay? Yeah. Crowdfunding has become popular. I think there are crowdfunding platforms. I sit on the board of a company called Mkono Impact Fund, which is, it's Canadian based, but they're investing in Kenyan micro startups. And we just closed the crowdfunding round, and we raised, well, not so much, but significantly. So crowdfunding has become crucial. There are platforms for crowdfunding. I think even here, there's Mchanga, right? Yeah, Mchanga is I don't know too much about the size of deals that go in there, but I usually say crowdfunding is actually an African concept, the concept of Harambe, that happen on WhatsApp groups every single day, right? So you've been investing in people. The only difference is you don't get a stake in the investment, right? I think it's time you start asking for, if we invest in your wedding, what is the return on investment, right? What do I gain? Yeah. I feel like we can convert that social trust into something more useful than just bankrolling people when they have critical social needs. I feel like we can take each other a little more seriously. But the funny thing is, when now you ask your friends to invest in your investment, they go away. It's a bit weird. Yeah. I mean, I experimented that with one of the startups I ran. I told my friends, hey, one day if you see me, if I make it with this startup, please don't ask me, why didn't you tell me? So I'm telling you now. So I actually structured a fund for friends. I call it, it's actually used family, friends, and fools. Okay. Family, friends, and fools framework. So fools are people they don't care about your business, but they know you. So they just put in the money, right? It's kind of foolish, right? But they may end up succeeding. So I structured the fundraising into, so I gave 20% of the entire fund target to family, friends, and fools. And I wrote to the friends I know are able to invest at least $5,000 to come in. And some did, yeah. So that one day if that company works, then they will not say, man, you didn't tell us. In fact, I'm gonna be like, I told you, but chickened out, okay? Yeah, so free hugs and fundraising, social fundraising for you. Anyways, IPO. So angel investment is when an individual has a bag of money, but they don't belong to a certain institution, and they don't have too much restrictions, okay? So like, for instance, I can be an angel investor. I like your company and what you're trying to do. And you need funds that I can afford. I can decide to invest in your company just as an individual. And we sign a term sheet between you and I, okay? So that happens a lot, and angels really help. They save businesses. Exits, are not extremely common here, okay? So it's very, in fact, what was the last IPO we had in Kenya? See, that's a problem. But nobody can hardly remember the last initial public offering we had around. That's a level of challenge. So so exits are important, but they're not only IPO based, okay? Exits are not only IPO based. You can exit, for instance, if you're an investor, you invested in a startup and the startup has been acquired. Okay. By, let's say, another, or okay, let's say it's after seed capital, we usually go to Series A, Series B, Series C. Let's say you invested at Series A and there's somebody who's come with more money for Series B. Usually as an investor, you have a choice. Do you want to exit at that time? So if you exit, there'll be something called buyout. You'll be bought out, okay, management buyout. So you'll get, evaluation will be done and you'll get your feedback then. So those are just different stages of investment. Now, let's talk about extractives. I must say extractives is still a difficult market when it comes to venture capital funding. Some of the calls I've actually received personally as far as extractives are concerned, I've turned them down. Either some were direct requesting for straight up investment, some were requesting for being part of a syndicate. Syndicate is like several investors. Why? One is because most of them are extensively capital intensive, okay? And I think that's one serious problem in extractives that we can address. The other one is the VC activities or investor activities in extractives. It's majorly huge corporations, government institutions. It's almost natural. In extractives, you need something we call heavy lifting. Okay, heavy lifting is where we need to invest in the basics that need to make extractives work. Okay. And most of the time, the person who needs to do heavy lifting investment is government. We need government to just build a road from here to Moyale. What that road will do, we don't know, but we just need that road. Okay. But it's going to cost billions of shillings. Who has that money? Okay. Only government is capable of those kinds of investments, and also huge regional corporations can also do some of those investments. So VC activity in extractives is there, but it's still very, very minimal. The question is, how do we increase VC activity in extractives? Then there's the youth factor. So youths and capital have an indirect relationship most of the time. Youth and capital have an indirect relationship most of the time. But youths can also bring a lot of value to the table. One is like skill sets. Okay. Industries like extractives need a lot of skill sets. The other thing is innovation and creativity. That's one thing that's lacking in that sector. And we look at the value chain a little bit to understand where innovation can come in. Well, I just threw that World Economic Forum schema there to show you some of the important things as far as extractives are concerned. One of the things is we need a lot of involvement of new ways of financing, but that should come only after a proper understanding of the value chain of extractives and how it benefits, number one, the local economy, even before other economies. There's need for a lot of innovation in that particular space, because innovation will ensure that there are new kinds of products, okay? And by the way, in extractives, you don't only need tangible products, could be services. And I can run you an example. It could be a service as simple as logistics. One of the areas I'm actually really interested in as an entrepreneur and investor is the logistics space. One, because it's super fragmented. It's really, really fragmented. It's very expensive. A product in Africa, okay, will cost 3 times its value just because of logistics. Logistics go up to 50 to 75% of the cost of a product in Africa, just because it's so difficult to ship it around. So that can be an area that you as a young person can decide to invest in, come up with an innovative product. You don't need to own a van. You can come up with a system that integrates transport providers and plug it to the extractives, right? Yeah, so we need lots of innovation. I just gave you an idea there. Yeah, so this is the other sort of schema I wanted to show you. See where mining and metals is? It's at the bottom. It's the last. Which is interesting because if you look at the value of minerals and metals, it's actually quite high. So why is it at the bottom? Okay, so it means there's some problems. One of it is it's difficult to enter that market. It's potentially dominated by certain quarters. So it's very, very difficult to access it. And it's one of the areas actually in Africa that is mired in a lot of corruptions and scandals, etc. A country like Congo should be the world's richest country because the entire Congo is bigger than Kenya by far. The entire country is a huge farm, okay? The entire country is a huge farm, literally. And the country has immense natural resources. So, I mean, Congo should actually be the wealthiest nation in the world. But politics has been a huge impediment to their development. So mining and metal need a lot of, and I think lawyers in the house, there's a huge challenge here, regulatory environment to accommodate more and more players is actually crucial. I'm just trying to ensure I'm done within time. So let us look at some of the challenges and opportunities in extractives. I think that's really important. One of the issues in terms of challenges is the risk profile. The risk profile in extractives is very high. Because if you told me that, hey, we suspect there's oil here, we got to get it out, and you know, and you need $5 billion upfront for that. That is a huge risk profile that only governments will bite that, or huge corporations like Total Energies that has trillions of dollars in capital base that can buy such risk profiles. So it's a bit difficult for a youth. What will a Kenyan youth do with that information? The best they can do is go to school, study engineering in the relevant field, and hope they get a good job, right? Yeah, but we should ask ourselves that daunting question: how can we end up participating significantly in that kind of space, like the tallow oil situation? I think it's still dicey. In fact, I don't know where the politics lie, right? Right. It seems to me like, again, there's no oil. Is that actually true? We don't know. UNESCO discovered a huge reservoir of water in Turkana, right? That can supply Kenya and Ethiopia for up to 70 years, right? What have we done about that? Yeah, so I don't have the answers, by the way, but we just need to ask ourselves some serious questions. What can we do in terms of innovation to take advantage of those kinds of opportunities? And the kind of person I like to think about here is someone like Elon Musk. I'm very sure now all of you know Elon Musk. I think he's demonstrated that, you know, some difficult things can be done, and can be done by individuals, like EV, electrical vehicles. For a long time, General Motors and others made us believe that it's stupid to even think of an electric vehicle. It won't work. They're slow, ugly, inefficient, etc. But I mean, somebody just disproved them. Same to like aviation industry. Why are planes so expensive? They don't have to be that expensive. It's because of legacy engines were very expensive. So nobody wants to stop that trend and make more efficient, cheaper planes, right? So I feel like the same curse is upon extractives. So we need to start thinking, what are the alternative ways we can go about extractives? And innovation here can save the day if we come up with interesting ways to, you know, to take advantage of some of these things. Let me not belabor the point. But those are some of the challenges that also form opportunities and needs within the extractives. Skills are important. The entire licensing regime is really important. Health and safety, you know. Those are some things you guys can do. So just to challenge you, as much as it's a difficult area, I think there still are opportunities. If you think about even health and safety, there are so many people who are casual laborers in the extractives, right? Their health and safety is a lot of times compromised. In fact, a lot of them are affected due to, you know, lack of proper safety gear. I mean, that sounds like the easiest business concept ever heard. It's just supply of the right affordable gear for whatever kind of safety. I mean, that's a business somebody can do. So the truth is there are actually opportunities within extractives that we ought to look at a little bit keenly than wait for, let's say, government to do stuff for us. Yeah, I could go on and on about those opportunities, but the other thing is probably that I should emphasize is investments, access to investments. The moment there are innovative ideas, it makes it more attractive to investors. Investors, a lot of times, are attracted. In fact, investors are risk averse. as much as they say venture capitalists give patient capital, they can wait for 7, 10 years. They're very risk averse. The moment they see an opportunity, they will throw the risk cap out. Okay, so that's something that you need to know. So as I edge towards closing, what do you do to get funding? My advice is just two things. One is understand the due diligence process. What does your company or initiative need to do? And sometimes maybe your idea is not even a company yet. Okay. Actually, most successful companies did not start as companies. They started as some, an area of interest, a passion area, and this drive to solve a specific problem. Then you realize that probably if I form a company, then I'll use it better. So if you don't have a company, it's not a serious problem. Okay. What matters is, do you have a fantastic idea that can grow into something? And don't force the idea to be ready in 2 years. You're already killing the idea. Give your idea a 10-year window. Things take time. Things take time. There's no overnight success. So anyway, there's a step up right there. I'm happy to leave this presentation so you can refer to them that are really important. But it's really important to understand what are the terms of engagement, for instance, due diligence, your operational due diligence, your financial due diligence, your legal due diligence. These are usually like critical areas. Your financials must be in order, okay? Your operations must be in order, okay? Your legal aspects must be in order. For instance, do you have an IP for whatever you're trying to do? Have you thought about that? Yeah, because sometimes I've been a panelist where somebody's going to present and I'm very worried that maybe they're going to expose their IP. Okay, so those kinds of things. So make sure you have your back covered as far as everything's concerned. And lastly, understand the value chain of extractives, because within the value chain lies the opportunities and gaps that need to be filled with innovation. So I pulled one there that I'm happy to maybe highlight. Digitization is something really crucial. The reason why I strongly recommend this to the youth is, one, it's something within your power, okay, to work with as a resource. You can come up with an innovative, it doesn't have to be an app all the time. No, it doesn't need to be an app all the time. In fact, I'm more attracted to, let's say, digital platforms that address value chain issues, as opposed to an app that can detect. Anyway, yeah. Anyway, my final question is, who will own Africa in 100 years? It's a food for thought. When I started, I was talking about the local investor. The truth is, if we let all the investments done by foreign vehicles, then we'll have something called capital flight. Money will fly back. When they make that 10x, that money will fly back to Europe, to the US, to Japan, and countries like that, Singapore. What we will end up with are probably huge operations that we don't own, but good jobs, okay? So do you want your children to have good jobs in the future, or do you want them to own great companies? The choice is yours. Yeah, and one solution I see is we need the participation of the local entrepreneurs and local investors in the space. We need to challenge, we need to claim our spot on the table, okay? So one of the things that like Africa Capital is trying to do is to empower and promote local investors to work with foreign investors, okay? If you want to reach me, my contacts are right there. I'm always happy to speak on anything. I think that's pretty much, I must have eaten into time a little bit. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Declan. Now we all know what is required for us to get a piece of this seed funding that we're seeing people like Baraza and the likes getting. And investment is not only in land, as this has been reiterated by Declan, and you also had it in the morning from James. We need to start seeing the real opportunity in startups because this can be a real money maker as well. So we must aspire to be big. And in order to do so, we need finance partners such as venture capitalists whose vision is clearly aligned to ours. So thank you very much, Declan, for that. In the interest of time, I would like to now call in Caroline Mushiri for the third presentation. You'll hear from Caroline, who will take you through IP. As Declan had mentioned, IP goes hand in hand with the funding that you get. So as she makes her way, and also as Declan is just exiting the stage, I'll give you a bit of a background about Caroline. Caroline is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya with 9 years post-admission expertise with a bias for IP, intellectual property, corporate and commercial law. She's working on the intersection of IP, innovation, startups, and tech hubs and technology with an aim of informing policy making process in Kenya. So let us give her a round of applause as she sets up.
Good afternoon. I was hoping to make the presentation in the morning, so my brain is like, good morning, good morning, good morning. So as someone sets me up, my background has been read, I believe, and we meaning I work at CIPIT, which is Center for Intellectual Property Information Technology Law here in Strathmore. For us, we are currently still working from home, so coming to campus is a journey for me. And so for today, I will be talking about how IP is a tool in terms of business when you're planning your businesses. My previous presenter has mentioned about the value of IP. So the question then here is how, technology issues, and how exactly do you capitalize on IP? And then the question for me would be, how many people understand or know what I'm talking about when I say IP? Because yeah, I'm an IP expert, there's CPIT, there's RARAS, IP. So how many people understand or an idea? Hopefully no one will say an IP address. I'm not an IT expert. So if you take me there, I will literally run out of this place. IP, intellectual property, anyone who has an idea of what it could be, the animal that has brought me here today. Okay, I'm getting worried. Should I start? Yeah. You deserve to join my master class. The rest of you are like in the beginner class. So, okay. I think I'll do it as I'll talk through my presentation as they try to set me up. My presentation today is on enhancing business competitiveness and using IP as a tool. IP on its own is what we call, it's a product of your creativity or a product of your mind. And in this case, I am looking at the thought process that you have done, the value that you have added to your ideas, I should mention that the law does not protect ideas because there's no one who has a monopoly of ideas. So that's the most important thing. Okay. The first thing maybe perhaps you should remember from today. 1 second. Is this here? Voila. Thank you. Okay. Okay. So perhaps that was my next slide. So the question is, why do people innovate? Why do you consider yourself an innovator? Why should we, and when I say we, please note I'm talking about the legal system. I'm part of the legal fraternity, so I will say a lot of we's. It's not me and my people, but the lawyers are my people. The system is, I'm part of the system. You are part of the system as well. So the question is, why do you innovate? Why did you innovate? Why do you sit down and not just do, because I'm an employee, first of all, I'm not an innovator. So I don't have a reason why I should innovate. I have not been blessed with or maybe I have been, probably not in the right circles, with the capacity to innovate. So as a person, why have you innovated? Why is it important for you to talk to us or to tell us what is innovation? Because once you know that reason, then we are able to take you through the journey of what the legal system provides and what it can confer to you in terms of rights, the rights that he mentioned. And in this case, one of the reasons that I have found is that people are responding to an actual existing problem in the society. So the question is how you respond, that becomes your creative. I mean, we are like how many billions of people in the world? So that problem exists in very many other circles. So the fact that you have seen that problem and you're approaching it in an innovative manner, that is what we are seeking to say that is your creativity. Now, what IP does is that it gives you exclusive rights to that, what there are whole theories in law as to why we should be giving IP rights, exclusive rights. They create a monopoly in the market for you to be able to exploit whatever it is that you have innovated. And I believe that is what the investors actually are going to be investing in, because if all of us have an idea that we can create this hallway here, there's nothing creative. There's no economic value in that innovation per se. But if you're the only person who tells us that we can create a ramp, yeah, I'm that basic. So we can create a ramp on this staircase, then that becomes something that is innovative that you can actually utilize and exploit in different sectors. So also there are people who innovate actually for social impact. You just want to give back to the society. That is also value, and it does not deny the purpose of the innovation, does not deny the innovation of IP value if the IP value existed in the first place, because it has to. There are economic benefits. There are people who want to make money out of it. You want to test the market, for instance. You want to see whether Kenyans we are ready for electric cars, for instance. You also want to see whether it is a step towards a bigger goal. So you are intending to establish an industry somewhere. So you're just taking this one step to get you a market entry level, and then now you can proceed to establish the industry that you're talking about. Again, depending on why you are innovating, that guides the IP experts such as myself in guiding you on the strategy, on the best possible strategy, IP strategy to adopt when you're protecting or you're working with your IP work. So let me go back to the definitions, as simple as it may sound. So legally speaking, we define IP, intellectual property, as creations of the mind. I call them the products of your creativity, because it is a product. It can be a product, a physical product, or it can actually be a process, or it can be knowledge that you're imparting to people that has economic value. Okay, in this case, I am imparting knowledge, and I believe it has economic value, but we have an arrangement with Strathmore that they pay my salary at the end of the month. So to that extent, that is my economic value. But every step, every knowledge, every fact, every information, however packaged, the question is, what value are you imparting to the other person? And in this case, again, we say IP has to be expressed in a tangible format. So you can't just come and tell me, by the way, I have an idea of how we can build Mombasa Road to be a superhighway, but you're not telling me how. You're not presenting me with a concept, either in writing or reduced into a software or something like that. It has to be, for IP to vest, it has to be in a tangible format. And again, IP is intangible. So IP and land, they are in the same category, but IP is just intangible. You cannot touch it, but you can experience it. And then IP is a private right. So we don't have something we call public IP rights. But in terms of practically speaking, we do not have public IP rights because they have to vest in an individual. And in this case, it can be even the government can own. Shortly, we will see how the government can own IP. Those rights have to vest in an individual, a natural person or a company or someone, an entity that is legally constituted to gain the status of a legal person. The best example I often give is your shoes. So everyone here is wearing a pair of shoes. So if those shoes are yours, they are to your feet size, right? Now, how you treat those shoes, the government will give you the road. You know, I mean, if you want to walk to town, you can use the roads that we have. Now, the roads here, the analogy here is that those roads are the legal framework that the government has put in place. The shoes, how you decide to walk with those shoes, it's upon you. Okay, so you will see how that becomes, again, a very important thing when you're working towards commercialization or getting economic value from your IP. We have various forms. I do not want to get into all of them, but I will define the most common one. And here we have copyright. Copyright vests naturally the moment you reduce whatever it is into writing. For instance, that presentation has copyright. As we speak, that copyright belongs to me. So how I use it, again, it is my pair of shoes. So how I use that presentation or how I tell you to use that presentation, that is the control. So if I decide to charge you to read that presentation, you will have to pay to access it. Okay, so copyright, again, legally speaking, under the copyright laws in Kenya, you do not have to register. You do not have to go to a registry to register. But as lawyers will tell you, it is very important to register because it shows proof. When you're walking around right now, if I had a certificate with me, it will have my name on it, but this one does not have my name on it. So I'd have to come back and take you through the whole system. Oh, I was seated last night, I prepared this information, but the certificate just shows this presentation belongs to Caroline and full stop. Then we have trademarks, and the easiest one right now I can give you is actually the brand Strathmore University. It is a brand. So anyone in Kenya who you mention Strathmore University, you just come here. This is the center. This is what is Strathmore University. Again, you cannot touch the value that name attaches. You physically touch it, but you actually know. So when I mention Strathmore University, I don't have to really explain, oh no, not Nairobi, I mean the one in Madaraka. You don't have to, just need to mention the name, drop the name, and then that's fine. The same thing, the fact that you walk into a supermarket and you go straight to the fridge, the one that has the soft drinks, and you pick one product instead of the other. That what takes you there, that is what we are calling IP. And the fact that you need, especially when you're in business, you need people to do that, to always come and pick your product and go to the till and pay for it and pay tax over and above that. That is what we talk about when it's mentioned trademarks. And then we have utility models and patents. They have different standards. So these are statutory rights. They are created by the law. They are creatures of the law. So we have defined the standards of what it means to talk about patent. I have had everyone, the probability, if you are to do a secret ballot here, the probability that you have heard of patents is very high. Yeah, but patent is a specific cluster of rights that does not apply to everything. So for instance, right now, everyone has a mobile phone. So that mobile phone has several systems that belong not to you, but to whoever it is, Apple, Samsung, Sony, etc. Now, those processes, if they confirm or if they meet the set criteria under the law, in this case, we talk about it has to be new, it has to be a new product in the market, it has to have something that it is called inventive step, meaning that a person skilled in your area, for instance, me being a lawyer, if another lawyer is to come here, if they will not just see it as an obvious thing, simply because of our training. So someone skilled in your area, in your sector, they will not come and say, but this is obvious, you move from here to here. That is the next natural step. And then it also has to have something we call industrial applicability. We do not invent for academic purposes. I know I'm in academia, but we do not do that. Every invention for you to receive protection, because remember, we are giving you an exclusivity. You all know KPLC, right? And the conversations that we have been having, how they have monopoly, whether or not they have monopoly, that's a different conversation. But when we say that KPLC has a monopoly, it's because you do not have another alternative to access power, light, and energy, right? But here the question is, when the law is conferring to you as a matter of right, as a matter of private right, the exclusive right to manipulate, to use that innovation in the market for a period of 20 years, because patents go for 20 years, we must subject you to a very thorough scrutiny before we give you that monopoly. Okay, so those three standards, they have to be met by every innovation that would receive protection under the law. Again, breeders' rights, anyone who is in agriculture. So breeders' rights are if you come up with a new variety of an orange, okay, that applies there. They are administered by an institution called KEFIS, somewhere in Karen. Now, then the question would be, what is innovation? Because not all innovations attract IP rights, especially the ones that are conferred under the law. Again, that is what I was talking about when I mentioned the standards that have to be met by every innovation for it to receive protection under the law. So innovation, simply put, is transforming ideas into practical realities. And I believe that is what some or most of you are doing. So then the question is, so how do you get value from your IP? How do you get value from your innovation? As I mentioned, IP is creations of the mind, right? And everyone has a mind, including the people who we call mentally incapacitated. Everyone has a mind. As a natural human being, they do have a mind. Then the question then would be, how do you get value? How do you transform the tree here into the fruit, the nice, beautiful trees? And who are the parties to your transaction? And in this case, the answer lies in something we call IP management. Now, IP management is you start by creating and then you identify what is your IP. So you have this innovation, logistic, as my colleague here mentioned, logistics, you have that. So you have to identify, you have created it already, and then you have to identify and say, no, this one is more of copyright because, it does not meet the standards that are patent, or this is a patent because it meets the standards that have been set under the law. And then after you do that, you have to administer, you have to manage who is going to use your IP. Is it everyone? Do you want to talk to everyone about it? Or do you want to talk to investors only? Or do you want to talk to your employees only, or your partners, or your friends, or your neighbors? Who exactly do you want to have access to that? And then the next step ideally should be, you have to protect it. Again, it's your pair of shoes. If you do not polish your shoes, you cannot tell us that the sun was too hot and your leather, you understand what I mean? So you have to seek out mechanisms that seek to protect that what you have already created at the first level. And then lastly, you have to exploit it. Because again, if it is not bringing economic value to you, what was the need of going through the whole rigorous process of the creation and identification? And also you have to monitor, because again, it is a private right. So if you're having a product already in the market and you do not monitor how people are using it, how will you know who is using it, who to demand money from, or who to prevent or to tell not to use your property? So that is ideally how it looks like. So the question then comes is, how do you do that, all that, those things that I have mentioned? And the first thing that you need to do is you need to understand your IP. Okay, you need to know what value have you created that you're selling to the market. That means you need to understand your product from A to Z. Don't leave it to, oh no, the technical person is the one who understands. If you're the one who is the person who is claiming to own it, claiming because actually you like using allegedly claimed, because for me as a lawyer, you have to provide proof that you actually are the one who owns it. And then again, adopt strategies that work for you. Now here, I mean, if you're going to register at KIPI, so registration, most of them is done at KIPI, which is Kenya Industrial Property Institute. It has a cost. You have to pay. And you have to pay the legal experts to draft for you those documentation. So if you do not have that, what does that mean on this other end? Because again, lack of finances does not mean that you actually do not have IP in the creation. So adopt a strategy that works for you. And then again, there is something we call a fast movers right and aggressive marketing. Here we are talking about you're the first person, or you're telling us, the market, that you're the first person to produce notebooks which have a spiral binding or something like that. So it is upon you, because again, it is your pair of shoes. You want everyone to use that pair of shoe. So how do you make sure that Strathmore buys those book binders from you? How do you make sure that we utilize those resources that you have created on your end? Fast movers right gives something we call, is something I give the example of Safaricom. Okay, I like calling them the green company for various reasons. So Safaricom, when they got into the Kenyan market, they sold to us something we call M-Pesa right now. So the probability that in this room that everyone has M-Pesa on their phone is, I think, 1/1 is 100%, right? It's not that there are no other service providers providing mobile money services, somehow perhaps even cheaper, but you're still stuck with this one because Safaricom came in through the aggressive marketing and they acquired you as a customer and you have been loyal customer. So that is what you're looking at for your own product. You're looking to tell us that you are the first person who has book binders that have spiral, and then you need us to, once we buy into it, you don't even need to, tell us that this is trademarked or not, because the value will speak for itself. The same way I have mentioned M-Pesa and people are like, yeah, it is M-Pesa. Now, if I mention another mobile money transfer that I don't know of actually, that lack of knowledge in the market, that is what value we are talking about. Again, consider the cost implication, because everything has a cost. There are government costs, there are legal costs associated with it. And then control the use of your IP, right? Again, private shoes. If you decide to leave them outside and they are rained on, please don't come blaming the government that it rained and there was no roof on the road or something like that. Value your IP based on the reasons why it was created. So I have seen several innovators, but that by the first time they were innovating for social purpose, right? They just wanted to give back to the society. But when it hits the market and it attracts funding, all of a sudden it becomes a private thing. Okay, but you remember, if your strategy was to give it out for free, that means that there are other people out there who have access to it for free. Then to come 1 year down the line and you now want to charge them a fee to use it, you really have to plan through. I know it is a marketing strategy. Once you get into the market and then you get in your customers and then you will start charging them a fee. The thing is, you have to start thinking about that when you're launching the product, because if people have access to it, free access to it, they gain rights. They gain legal rights that you cannot now come back and say, no, you're not supposed to have been using it. Now we are supposed to be using it. Again, also, value here can be monetary and non-monetary. So for instance, if you're donating your IP to Strathmore University and all these people are using it and they will go home and say, oh, by the way, I had this nice notebook, you want to use it, it is free. But the person who will go home with the youth Baraza Building Back Better, they will read it. Okay, there's a value that is non-monetary in that, as opposed to them paying for the service from the supermarket or from the shop. Again, IP comes for all forms of IP rights. So we have registration where the government, rather the state, through the laws, the IP laws that have been set up, they clearly define what is IP, but there are also IP that do not fall in those categories. I will discuss them shortly. And then differentiate what is IP protection and IP recognition. So IP protection is granted or is issued by the law. It is a creature of the law. That is why I was saying for patents, it has to fall. It has specific standards that you have to meet. Now, that does not mean the fact that innovation does not meet the set criteria. It does not mean that it should not be managed in using the IP strategies that I mentioned. Again, a product can have more than one IP. The phones that we are talking about, it has a name. The laptop here, okay. Mine there is HP. It has a processing process, it has a keyboard, the QWERTY keyboard that belongs, I don't remember the owner, but either way, the creator of the QWERTY keyboard has IP over it. So a product can have more than one IP. The question is how the owner has decided to use it and also to exploit it. Because again, if you're using someone else's IP, if you're using someone else's shoes to make your shoes, you have to recognize that other person, right? That is the analogy. So what are the IP strategies that I'm talking about? There's practicing and exercising and exploitation. This is where Safaricom came in. They came in, they sold you a product, and they have pushed you to an extent that right now to transfer money to a bank, you actually don't go to the bank, you actually just use your phone and you transfer money to the bank. Now, that is them practicing and exercising their IP rights in that sector. Then there are other mechanisms called, for instance, defensive mechanism. This is where you're preventing others from using your IP. This is where protection, the legal protection, the certificate that I mentioned, certificates of registration, this is where it comes in. And then also, this is where the court cases come in, because defensive mechanism and litigation, they go hand in hand, because you're preventing other people from using that what you already own. If they're using it wrongly, you want to prevent them from using it wrongly. If you want to control how they are using it, if you just want them to utilize your technology in Nakuru region only, and they're using it in Nairobi region, you go to court and then you can get the remedies that are available there. IP can be used as a collateral. My colleague here was talking about money, and IP is one of the most valuable assets that you can have in terms of getting collateral. You want money right now. If Safaricom is to approach me, I don't think they can, but to approach me to finance them, let's assume that I am Elon Musk for a minute. The question is, what value do we attach to M-Pesa? Again, as I have mentioned, everyone, including those people in the village, the ones who do not know how to operate a smartphone, they know how to operate M-Pesa, right? That there is value. And every M-Pesa transaction, even if it is 2 shillings, it is 1 shilling, it is contributing to the value, to the economic actual money for that. So if they are to come to a bank and say, you know what, we need you to finance us against our M-Pesa brand, do you think the bank will say no? Surely, right? So that is what it means for collateral. And then there are people who actually donate their IP. And this I see this, especially with the UN bodies, UNICEF, WHO, etc. They access IP rights that belong to especially celebrities so that they are able to use them for free. Again, IP is property. IP is land, is an equivalent to land. It's just that you cannot touch it. And then you can use a combination. It is always actually advisable to use a combination of more than one strategy. But the bottom line actually should be that in the strategies that you adopt, please make sure that they are reflected in your business policies. Because again, if you're adopting a strategy to litigate, litigation costs money. Fighting in court costs money. So if your business does not allocate money for litigation as a budget for litigation, that strategy will not succeed. Okay, so it has to be incorporated in the business practices. Now, again, if you're talking about people who do not want to go to the registry and obtain registration, they want to keep it as a secret. They want to keep the innovative IP rights as a secret. What does that mean? That means that everyone who walks through their door and who can access information about that business should be bound to an extent that they are not able to disclose that information to third parties. That is why we talk about contracts. Here we are talking about employment and employees. What happens when your employee or a consultant or someone you're consulting, or even a professional, if you engage me as a legal consultant, what does it mean when I access the information? Because probably I'll need to access the information about your business to advise you. But what does that mean when I access that information from the business? Does that mean that I can go and replicate the same model to another client? Now, if you do not tell me, remember your pair of shoes, if you do not tell me how you want me to treat your pair of shoes, you really cannot come back and blame me for deciding to, you know what, I have been paid, I move on, you know. The one thing that I like giving as an example is that right now, as we speak right now, probably on the notebooks that you have on your tables, there's information that belongs to your company. Or when you're having conversation with other people, third parties, you will mention, by the way, this is a business that you're looking into. This is a strategy that you're looking into. That is value you're passing to the third party. So the question is, you will come back to the lawyers and tell the lawyers, no, we were having coffee the other day and Caroline decided to, you did not adopt a strategy that worked for your business. Okay. Now, there's something else we call contributory IP. This one we are talking about two technical people. They sit down, they discuss an idea, and then they decide how it's going to be implemented. One party decides, or gets funding from a third party, or they even have money in their pocket. They are able to invest it in the business. What happens when this other technical person comes to claim after you have made your 100 million is that they are entitled to it. Okay. The question is, again, you go back to the drawing board and tell them that, listen, here we are discussing and we are discussing as friends, or we are discussing as partners, or we are discussing and you're contributing, your contribution is 10%. So that they don't come and say that, you know, I contributed to the technical editing of this whole thing and therefore I'm entitled to IP. Because again, the financier will be looking, the giver of the 100 billion, let me drop numbers here. The giver of the 100 million will be looking at the value that the company is creating. And if this value is shared, the people who contributed to it must share in the benefits. And that is the law. We call it a double-edged sword. So you need to plan it in a way that it works for you as a business. So then the question would be, what is commercialization? I have mentioned that. This is just getting IP, your product, your creativity, your mind, the product of your creativity to the market. Okay, it is you getting the M-Pesa product to us, for us to use. And that way you can use something we call assignment licenses. These are the legal documents that are not statutory. It's not a must for you to have them, but it is highly advisable. I would bet my name on it, because if you do not have that, you do not have, there's nothing you own ideally. Okay. So assignments here, you transfer an assignment, you transfer everything. So you own the book, you have created the book, but you're not really interested in going to the market because you don't know how the market dynamics work. And Caroline here is a marketing expert, or is an expert in market entry product, and they come and they tell you, you know what, sell it to us. Ideally, what you sign is something we call an assignment. Now, an assignment can be 100% or it can be a partial. So you can decide, I'm just going to transfer to you 100% the production of my business, not the marketing, because perhaps you have marketing expertise. Or I'm going to transfer for you marketing aspect, not the production, because that is where your expertise is in. Again, you have to be paid, ideally, but if you want to donate it for free, there's a way we use something we call the word consideration. Consideration means money. For me to transfer my right to you, I must receive something in return. That is how the contract law works. Again, for partial assignments, transfers can be for the ownership of the asset, or it can actually also be in terms of jurisdiction. So you want someone to be producing the same product that you have, but in Uganda. You do not want them to produce in Kenya, because in Kenya you actually have the capacity to produce. So you allow them the rights to do that, to act as the owner of the product in Uganda, which means that in case that someone has misused the IP in the product, they are able to sue in that country, as opposed, in essence, they are acting as your representative, only that they have 100% of your rights. And then we have licensing. This is the most common way of getting into the market. This is just permitting or allowing someone, a third party meaning not someone who was involved in generation of or development of the IP or the product, and then or IP actually, or even the IP asset, and allowing them to get into the market and sell it, for instance. I will give you an example of Nakumat. I hope everyone knows what I mean by Nakumat. Nakumat, the other day, those days, they had products that they were calling Blue Label. You remember Blue Label in terms of rice, sugar, but they actually do not own a sugar processing factory. So they needed to get those rights from the sugar processors for them, and then they can place their name Nakumat on the product. I think that is still practiced currently in the supermarkets as we speak. Again, this permission can be subject to payment of a fee. So you decide, again, it is your shoes. Do you want me to wear your shoes for free? That's on you. Do you want me to pay you every month? That's on you. Do you want me to pay you one-off, for Nakuru County only, or for the whole country? How exactly do you want me to treat that what you own? Again, it can also be exclusive or non-exclusive, which means that you can license me and license someone else in the same county. For instance, in Nairobi, you decide you will have 5 people who are dealing with your product. The question is how you draft that document, or how you assign or you transfer those rights to those 5 people. That is what will determine whether or not it is a license, because they also get rights from you. And when I say rights, I mean enforceable. They can take you to court kind of thing. And then also there is no transfer of ownership in licenses. So you still own, you retain the ownership of the product or the IP. And this means that you can, at any one time, you can just decide, you know what, this relationship is not working for me, I'm pulling it back. But again, as you pull it back, you need to have planned that the framework allowed you in the first place to pull that product out from the license, because licensee, as we call them, because they will have invested money to market your product. They will have invested money to take your product to the market, and etc. Again, it can be transferable or non-transferable. You can allow the person that you're allowing to sell your product or deal with your product, you can allow them and tell them, you know what, if you go to Nakuru County and you get into, I don't know sub-counties in Nakuru, a sub-county in Nakuru, and they are able to actually do what you're doing, I allow you to go and do that. But that means that you are creating a consequential relationship. There is person A, person B, person D. So it's upon you to know how you will control all these people in your value chain. So when it comes to control, I always say go for exclusive licenses, because you're dealing directly with everyone, as opposed to someone dealing, oh, me, I don't know you, yet you're the actual owner of the product. Then we have voluntary and non-voluntary licenses. Now, voluntary licenses are just the one. You have a product, you want to get to the market, you get to someone else. Compulsory licenses, these are creatures, again, of the law. So right now, we have a pandemic that is going on. We need to access vaccine, although this is not a very good example because it's a convoluted conversation at all levels. But assuming that a scientist in Kenya developed a vaccine, right? And we need that vaccine, or we need the medication, and yet they are unable to produce at a certain capacity to meet the country's demand, yet we have a pandemic. So the government is allowed to go to court on anyone's behalf. You approach the government or even the government on its own behalf and say, you know what, we need to access this private property that belongs to Caroline because it needs to serve the community or the members of the country. Again, reasons for doing that is usually national security. Don't ask me what that is. In Kenya, it is very interesting to talk about national security, but also most importantly, it goes for health sector and for purposes of developing specific sectors in the economy. These are the cardinal clauses. You must define the scope of the rights that you're giving to the third person. Is it exclusive? Is it not? Is it territory? Is it in Nakuru, Mombasa, the whole country? Is it in China only? Are they only supposed to produce in China? Because if you're going to procure production, for instance, in China, and you allow the person to just produce, you're not telling them you're producing in China only, then they produce and they come and they sell your own product in the Kenyan market, beats the purpose of having IP. Again, you have to be paid. You have to define what happens when I improve the product that you have given me. So you have given me a notebook. What happens if I decide that color red is the best color to deal with in the Kenyan market? Who owns or who will control that improvement to the product? Again, you have to have a clause on monitoring and supervision. How are you going to be paid? If you do not know that I have sold 10 pieces, how am I going to pay you 10% of my sales, yet you don't know how much I have actually sold? Then we have franchising, and in this one, you just replicate the business model that the owner has. So here we are talking about a business that has a working model, and it does that. Coca-Cola has the best franchising model that we have. Coca-Cola parent companies in Atlanta in the US, yet we have bottling companies in everywhere, every region. So those become the franchisees, and they have set standards that they have to meet at all points. Then again, these are the fees that are usually there when you're talking about franchise. There's an initial fee for you to, to access on to get the business model. And then you also have to contribute, for instance, to the marketing. So the Fanta adverts that are running currently, they're not being paid for directly by Nairobi bottlers. Yet Nairobi Bottlers is going to benefit from that advert once it is run. So either way, as a franchisee, you need to contribute to the marketing and other related costs that are shared within the entity. This is usually my favorite, which is merchandising for celebrities. If anyone knows Eliud, please tell him that he has a fan in me. But Nike produced a shoe specifically for Eliud. That is the value of him as a person. And this shoe, I'm told some are going for several thousands of dollars. If you ever look at Eliud, he's at no one point, him and his family, he's ever wearing an Adidas or any other brand other than Nike. Even when he has a suit, he's very well suited. He always has a pin for Nike. He will have a wrist, something on the wrist that is for Nike. Again, this is marketing for Nike. They're getting increasing their sales because, for instance, now we are talking about Nike right now, and yet they don't have a production company or a production center in Kenya. If I am to go to a Nike shop, there's a probability that I would pick something simply because I saw it with our very good Eliud. Again, this one depends on the personality. They are vested in the personal rights of the celebrity that you're talking about. They are also common in sports, philanthropic purposes, UNICEF, David Beckham, etc. The intention here is always to relate the product, the quality of the product, to the people, to the person in question. Again, it is IP because that person, again, is bound not to do something that will jeopardize the owner of the brand. Again, because, for instance, Knockwood, if Kipchoge Eliud is to wear an Adidas sweater, that will be very bad, actually. Hopefully that he will not do that. Again, lastly, we have contractual arrangements. Now, contracts cover something now, what we are saying that there's IP, but the legal system has not provided a specific right for you to get protection in. Again, we are talking about you have business clients in Muranga County, you have clients in Nakuru County who you know how to approach. Again, that has value. Google, as we speak, the algorithm that Google uses has IP, yet no one knows about it. You know, the mouthwash, I have just disclosed where I come from. The mouthwash called Listerine. I think I have it actually. Listerine, they have been in the market for all that time, yet the composition of that product has been kept as a secret. The next one is Coca-Cola. No one knows how it is. Again, it is managed through contracts. So anyone who is an employee of Coca-Cola and anyone who comes into contact with that formulation has to sign somewhere and say, I will never disclose. I will never leave my laptop unattended like me there. I will never leave my phone unattended. If my phone is hacked, I have to do X, Y, Z. Otherwise, I will get legal obligation that entitles Coca-Cola to actually sue and recover damages. And you can imagine damages for the Coca-Cola formulation, they cannot be that cheap. Yes, sorry. Contracts allow you to trade freely because once you come and you tell me that you have this formulation and you need money from me and you're not telling me what exactly it is, the contract will create an obligation for me not to disclose what you're telling me and yet give you money based on the fact that you have disclosed that what you have to me. Right? So it creates that environment. And that parties, especially financiers, I always throw the challenge back to financiers. Please be signing these NDAs because these innovators, they require some security of mind for them to come and disclose that information, that innovation they have. And yet you need that information for you to be able to invest. Again, as an innovator, when you're approaching a financier, if you do not ask for the NDA, when they come to you, they will demand for one. You will have to sign one. So if you do not demand for one from them, you cannot say that they never really offered you the opportunity to do that. Research agreements ideally are for people who are conducting further research to a product and you need to disclose some information to them. You want someone to conduct further or actual research, market research, for instance, on the viability of a product in the market. So that agreement that you enter into, it should be restricted to only research so that they don't get that information and they go and formulate something else and perhaps also get funding and even sell the product to a third party. Yet you're the one who owned that product. Then I have mentioned something to do with NDAs, material transfer agreements, especially because you guys, you're in extractive. This is a very important agreement because every time you're transferring genetic material, you need something we call a material transfer agreement. There's a standard one, we usually call it an SMTA, especially when you're transferring genetic materials outside the country. You must show, as part of the compliance documents that you're supposed to show, should include a material transfer agreement. Unfortunately, people sign them without knowing that they are signing them, you know, that clicking boxes. It's quite important because you control how the genetic material is moving from person 1 to person B. There's also another agreement, not agreement actually, a right that I think affects people in extractive, and we call it access benefit sharing. Here we are talking about, you have gone to Bogoria. Lake Bogoria is the one that has boiling geishas and something like that. For making dirty jeans, I think there was that story at one point. The genetic material from the lake belong to the whole country. That's first. But the people who are custodians of those resources are the people who are around that area. So the law has set up specific mechanisms to ensure that everyone who is accessing those materials is able to assign and give benefit back to that society. Unfortunately, most multinationals, if any is here, what we have seen is that they just come and establish a school. A school is not equivalent to what you're getting from the genetic resources, and minus those people who are around that forest, minus those people who are around that lake will not be in existence. So we need to have those conversations, and we need the people, especially the innovators who are in the sector, to insist that we have these agreements in place before moving on. Lastly, we have collaboration agreements. This is where you have two parties. You want to work with Strathmore Extractive Center, for instance. You sign an agreement where you're saying that we are going to be collaborating to develop a product, and this is what you're going to do. You're the technical, will be on the project management end, or they will be on the technical side, you're on the project management side. Again, it involves just having the open conversation as to what information that is being transferred from party A to party B. Lastly, I think this is just a commentary. One, trade names can be brand names. So for instance, if my company is called Extractive Baraza, and I register a company at the company's registry, which is at under the Attorney General's office, that does have some rights, but that is not equal to IP rights. IP rights are specific because they are managed and administered by a different body herein called KIPI. When you have a USSD code *544#, okay, that one has now become universal for all service providers in that sector. But if you have a unique *133# was for Airtel at some point, I believe it still is, it can actually work as a trademark as we speak even now. Again, trademarks, based on how you're using your trademark, it can actually become something we call generic. In essence, kasuku means the cooking fat. That is what it means. But for a very long time, we have used kasuku to mean the plastic cup, the one that holds jerrycan, right? Long time ago, thermos, actually even now, they are still trying to get the rights back. Thermos does not mean the vacuum flask. It was actually a trademark that belongs to a company called Thermos. Escalator, the same. Panadol, the same. However, based on how they were used, they became so successful that they started actually suffering something we call being generic. In essence, the good become associated with the service that is providing. The same thing that we talk about M-Pesa, the green company, here is where I say the green company. So the green company, if they're not quite careful, when I'm saying, let me M-Pesa you, and then instead of M-Pesaing you, I send you money through Airtel Money or T-Cash, right? That means that M-Pesa has now become the way we are conversing when we're talking about mobile money transfer. Again, there's something we call cross-branding. If you want your brand to appear next to the Strathmore University brand, there are specific branding rules that are offered by the communication, I think, department in Strathmore. And those rules are also applicable when you're talking about your own product. So you want to get into a market and you have a company that they want to use your brand. How they use that brand becomes, again, a market entry for you. And it can also be your downfall as well. So the question is, again, how you manage it. All employee contracts, I think this is one important thing, should have IP and confidentiality clauses. That means that if I am your employee, if at the end of the month you're paying me a salary, anything that I have created within the course of employment, ideally should belong to you as the employer. However, where there are no clear requirements, or even for consultants, and then they develop something using your very own resources, you will have to do something we call joint ownership. And joint ownership is usually 50-50. So this will be someone who has used your resources, they have developed something, and then they have perhaps gotten the 100 million that we're talking about, 50 million have to go to them, only because the contract did not have such stipulation. Again, when you talk about partnership agreements, they should also have clauses where you anticipate that you will use other people's rights. Because if you're also not honest in using other people's IP rights, if you expect them to respect your IP rights, again, it becomes a problem. We have several regional bodies in Kenya, that Kenya is part of, and because we are part of the English-speaking countries in Africa, We have ARIPO, which is the Africa Regional IP Office organization. It is based in Harare. And then we have OAPI, which is for the French-speaking countries. Here, it makes it easier for you. If you have a product, for instance, in Uganda, you have a product in Botswana. Let me see, Botswana, yeah, it's a member state. And you would like to get protection from Botswana. You don't really have to travel all the way to Botswana. So the legal framework has created a platform where you're able to access the same level of IP rights, but now the government is the one acting as your agent, quote unquote, to send that application to Botswana for examination. Okay, these are the challenges and opportunities that I have come across. I like mentioning them. And IP management, first I should say IP is territorial. So if you get a trademark in Kenya, issued in Kenya, that is not valid trademark in Uganda because we are not under a well, for the EAC, we are not yet there. But in some other regions, like the European Union, there are some joint bodies that have enabled, that countries have signed over their rights to, that you're able to get more protection in extra territories. So IP here does not transcend beyond geographical limited territories. What that means is that when you're accessing materials from someone in the US, they may not have rights here. But that is in terms of enforcement. But if they go to court, the court will, we call it literal interpretation. They interpret the law in a way that as long as you're infringing, you're infringing. And by the infringement is a crime, a crime that you can go to jail for. Just so you know. Then, yeah, we have multiplicity of IP rights in an asset, what I mentioned with the computer. IP protection may encourage you to be of a secret. Again, know your IP. Understanding your IP, understanding where you innovated, understanding your market will prevent you from getting there. On the question of joint ownership, determine the extent and the nature of the rights that you have. Do your homework, understand your IP. Do not assume everyone is a good person, including us. Monitor the use of your IP. Monitor how people are using whatever it is that you have invented. Opt for collaboration instead of competition, because again, competition involves a lot of resources to work with and get market share. And lastly, be honest about your business transactions. So if you're not an honest business person, we say equity does not aid, rather the law does not aid people who are infringers actually. So, and that would be it. That's my contact. We have a website at Strathmore under research centers. We have several materials that are available for both IT and IP law if you're interested. And then you can follow us on Twitter for updates on what we do. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Caroline, for the in-depth perspectives on IP. I do hope that we all can now appreciate the role of intellectual property in making you to be more competitive. And you will agree that without protection of ideas, businesses and individuals cannot reap the full benefits of their inventions. And probably this is what Mark Zuckerberg and Jack Dorsey wouldn't be where they are today had it not been for them utilizing IP. So as we have now come to a close, I would now like to request to open the Q&A session, and I'll request you to only ask 2 questions, one to Caroline and one to Declan, just in the interest of time, before we can call it a close for this day. So let us give them once again a round of applause as we also wait to hear any questions from the participants. Anyone's from online? All right.
Yes, Caroline, thank you for the presentation. My question is about traditional knowledge. So you find that in the extractive sector, you may interact with the local communities, and let us say that maybe you're an entrepreneur that works closely with the communities and maybe you want to protect their knowledge. when now they are relating, say, with a company that deals with extractives. So how best do we protect the traditional knowledge for these communities to equally benefit? Thank you.
Do I stand? Okay. Thank you for that question. Actually, it's one of the frameworks that currently we have a Traditional Knowledge Act, but it has not been operationalized for various reasons, but it is there. The best I would say is obtain something we call informed consent. Obtain the knowledge, tell them why you're obtaining the knowledge. And again, let them understand informed consent means that you have explained satisfactorily to them and they have prior knowledge that you're actually going to use this for whatever purpose. Let me give you the example of the Kaya Forest Mijikenda people back, okay, there, up there in that county. If you're going to talk to the medicine men, and those old men, explaining to them and going through the channel, especially through the counties, having open barazas and telling them that we are accessing this for purposes of maybe developing a new or writing articles or journaling or for purposes of just creating a repository. That is quite important because where we are heading right now, especially with the devolved government, is we are looking at situations where we can use the devolved government system to ensure that the person down there, when we talk about informed consent, the county level may not know what is going on at the location level. So that location level, they need to know and they need to be explained to in a way that they are giving their consent, but that consent for you to use, not to own, because again, ownership becomes something else. For you to utilize their resources for purposes of developing whatever it is that you would like to develop. Secondly, is that always something we call the access benefit sharing. There's a model that is there under a convention that is very long to pronounce, but it is under agricultural sector. But what they say is that as long as you're accessing and you continue to access, a certain percentage should go back to that community. When I mentioned establishing schools, yes, school is a social function. It is an important function. But when you go to those areas, if the school is just at the structure and people move on, that becomes a challenge because that means that that school is no longer useful or operational for those people. So what we are saying is, in terms of access benefit sharing, well, the law has set a framework, but again, it is not yet operational. So we have that challenge, but it is there. Yeah, we are looking at 30% going back to the community. Again, the question perhaps I should throw back is that we do not have a clear definition when we say community. Okay, so if you're talking about community in Kikuyu land, do we mean the Kikuyu people who live there? Do we mean the people, what happens to the people who actually live there? In terms of our history, we know Murang'a County, for instance, is inhabited by Kikuyu people. So, but there are people there who are not Kikuyu of the Kikuyu origin ethnic community. There are other people who have been migrated from that region. Do they form part of the community? And so when we say we are supposed to give back to the community, we are yet to come to the conclusion of who is a community legally speaking and therefore entitled to the benefit. But as we speak, use the county system because it is working. Yeah. Should I continue standing? Yeah, okay.
Sorry, I still have a question for Caroline. Thank you so much for your presentation. Throughout the slides, I've seen you've constantly mentioned payment. As a youth, as Declan has mentioned, we have an indirect relationship with capital. So you mostly can offer our IP. How do we quantify that for payment? How do you tell someone that I'm here, I'm offering IP, and this is the amount of money I feel like you should pay me for these services?
Okay. I will give you one answer that is called IP evaluation. Don't tell me to do it because it involves math and I'm a lawyer and there's that chain, right? At least for me, not all lawyers are bad in maths like me. But the value that you're contributing to the business, assuming that your whole business model is valued at 100 million, you have to sit down and ask yourself and ask the people you're working with, what is this knowledge contributing to that 100 million? Because it is always quantifiable. It is possible to get it in terms of numbers, but you can only, again, do that when you have data. Okay, because if you don't have data, especially in terms of the invention process, in terms of the marketing process, again, it's going to be difficult at the end of it all. So if you're looking at valuing and saying that, listen, I am contributing, for instance, this slide to your knowledge, I will need to value the whole slides that I have done. Okay, I need to know, because again, private right. Do you remember the private shoes conversation? That one. So it is your shoe. It is now you to come to the financier. I don't know what he will say, but it is you to come to the financier and say, you know what, my shoes are worth 3,000 shillings. So without 3,000 shillings, we cannot have the conversation. But the 3,000 shillings, it has to be based on something. You have to tell me that I am contributing to your sales increasing, I am contributing to your efficiency, I am contributing to your capacity to enter into new market. You have to have an end game for me to be able to pay for it. And you cannot do that again if you do not understand what is your IP. Yeah. To me, or can I say? It's still to me. Okay. Okay.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm called Lechom Simon from Turkana County. I am a chartered mediator in extractives industries. I was trained at Tekima University, and I have several years of experience. I must appreciate the insights that I've learned from the presenters of the day. And I wish I had an opportunity to ask both of them this question. But for the sake of those who are available, like the two of you, I have a question, because I came here with expectations from my community, because I exist outrightly in their interest, and that this idea of the intellectual property and the capital ventures, I am contemplating on how we can be able to incorporate it to the extractive sector, so that it can be able to provide lasting solutions to some of the challenges that we're experiencing. Like in Turkana County, we are actually the custodians of quite a number of natural resources. But among them, those that are we are known for, and we are exploiting the potential on them, is gold and oil. So a question therefore comes, like, how do we help the artisanal miners, the small scale and artisanal miners in Turkana County, like gold diggers, the quarry miners, and the rest, to actually, how can we be able to help them utilize the knowledge around intellectual property so that they can create solutions to some of the existing challenges they are facing? And that question also applies to the capital ventures. When I have said that I am very thankful for the knowledge that is provided, and I've done a comparison, and I think much of this knowledge is given to the large scale miners, because in the oil sector, I think those people have the financial capital to actually venture into some of these deals. They also have the capacity, the immediate capacity for that matter, to develop the intellectual property and consistently make them useful. So how will the capital ventures be of help in fact, of significant help in transforming the artisanal mining sector in Turkana County and the rest of Kenya, where, of course, artisanal mining is done and practiced. Thank you.
Let me handle the bit for IP first. I think your question has a multi-sectoral answers. For IP, I will handle in terms of the small enterprises. There's power in association, there's power in unity. When you talk about gold from Turkana, there's value. I'm not a gold dealer, but there's value that is available in the physical asset that is the gold in Turkana. Within the IP system, there's something we call collective rights. And they can only be assigned when you're a collective. So you need to be together. So once you're a collective, then we will be talking about gold from Turkana, and it's not just gold from Turkana. We actually know that there's a direct link. I'll give you an example of in Taita. There are ladies there, women there who weave the baskets. So they have obtained something we call a collective trademark. So right now, if you go to the market and you see something called Taita basket,
Transform your hair into styles that last. Bun it, lock it.